Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. It's fantastic to see people joining from across the world. I'd like to welcome everyone to this annual STEG conference. As you probably know by now, STEG is a research program on structural transformation and economic growth. The program is funded by the United Kingdom's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office as part of the UK aid effort. And it focuses on bringing high quality academic research to bear on questions of importance to low-income economies. My name's Doug Gollin. I'm based at Oxford University in the UK. I'm one of the academic leads for STEG, along with my colleague Joe Kaboski from the University of Notre Dame in the US. We're fortunate to have a fantastic support team from the Center for Economic Policy Research in London, which administers the STEG program. You've probably been getting emails from Mandy Chan and others. And I really want to just pause and acknowledge before we get going, Mandy's contributions, Ed Sellers, Kirsty McNeil, and the others at CEPR who've been working to put this conference together. I should mention that there are a few key institutional partners that are involved in STEG. In addition to Oxford and Notre Dame, I'd like to mention the African Center for Economic Transformation in Accra, Ghana, the Yale Research Initiative on Innovation and Scale, known as YRISE, and the Groningen Growth and Development Center at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. The STEG program started, I guess, on the 1st of March, 2020. So the program's life has more or less entirely been lived under the shadow of the COVID pandemic. We have not yet had a single in-person meeting or event as we approach the 2-year anniversary of the program. In spite of that, or perhaps because of it, we've been really fortunate in being able to convene a wide and diverse group of researchers, students, policymakers, people with interests in structural transformation and growth. And more generally, I'd say in the macro side of development economics, or alternatively, the development side of macroeconomics. And our goal is very much to be an open and an inclusive academic community. We welcome anyone with interests in this area. We're eager to hear about your work and to have you share your knowledge and experiences. Having come of age in the pandemic, every STEG event so far has been live streamed. Everything's been recorded, everything's publicly available. All of our funding calls are open and competitive. Speaking of which, I would encourage you all to have a look at some of our current open funding calls. We're currently accepting proposals for our second round of larger research grants with a deadline of 28 February. We've already made a number of awards from one round of larger research grants, 2 rounds of smaller research grants, 1 round of PhD student grants, and some very small grants under the rubric of Ideas for Transformation, where we have a funding window. So please do have a look at the STEG webpage to learn more. Having said that, the conference that's about to kick off and that will run over the next couple of days does not feature work that has been funded by STEG. Our first funding awards were made partway through 2021. And even with hugely productive researchers, that's probably a little soon for us to start harvesting the fruits of that research. So we are looking forward in the next year or so to starting to see some initial findings from work that's been funded under the STEG program. What we have instead, and what you'll be seeing today and tomorrow and Friday, is a subset of a really fantastic group of papers that were submitted for the conference. And it's a selection of papers that we think give a flavor of the kind of work that is of interest for the STEG community. It's a real mix of papers. We have different subject areas, different geographic emphases, different methodologies and approaches, and a mix of researchers. I should just say we have a large number of short papers in kind of speed round format, in addition to a set of of longer format paper presentations. And I just want to emphasize that the assignment of individual papers to the long format or the short format was not intended to be a measure of relative quality. They're kind of portfolio issues and general equilibrium issues that shaped which things got assigned to which parts of the program. I do hope that people will join in as many of the speed round presentations as possible. There's just a lot of great work that is going to be highlighted there. So I just say the allocation, as is appropriate, was the result of a general equilibrium problem. But we do hope that you'll, for the speed rounds, there are several simultaneous sessions going, but because everything's being recorded, I think it's going to be possible to go back. And if you missed something that was being run simultaneous with a paper that you saw, then you'll have a chance to go back and watch. So let me just say very briefly in terms of ground rules. I'll mention that the event is not being run as a Zoom conference, where everybody would be muted and you'd all just be kind of passive participants. I believe that the way things are set up, everyone has control of their own camera and their own microphone. 2 years into the Zoom era, we figure you all know to stay muted when you're not asking a question. Feel free to keep your cameras on. Presenters love to see that there's somebody alive and smiling out there. So that's much appreciated. But please do remain muted otherwise. And for most of the long paper presentations, presenters are going to have 40 minutes in which they'll accept only clarifying questions. We encourage you to put your other questions in the chat window. The session chairs will pick through those and try to digest them for the speakers in the last 20 minutes or so of each presentation. I don't know if Joe Kaboski, if my colleague Joe is in the room. I know he's teaching at the moment.
No, I just got here. I'm sorry.
All right. Joe, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I think you covered it. Did we thank staff?
We did, but never enough. So we can thank them again, and we'll thank them towards the end of the day and hopefully at the end. But I do want to just mention, I think it's really easy for us all to assume that these Zoom conferences run by themselves, and that seems not to be the case. Maybe the other thing, and Joe, if you wanted to say anything about the theme leaders and the people who've been involved in helping select the program, that would be, they deserve some thanks too, because there was a lot of effort that went into that.
Yeah, let me think if I can remember them all.
You don't have to mention names if you don't want to.
So yeah, we thank the theme leaders. It's Robert Inklar, Akwash Valentini, Julieta Conedo, Kevin Donovan, Ezra Oberfield, Paco Borrera, Paula Bustos, Costas Arkalakis, Monica Martinez Bravo, and Leonard Wanchikun, and Taryn Dinkelman, and Rachel Ngai. The other thing I just want to add really quickly is Doug mentioned that these things will be recorded and available on YouTube. That's at least how it was last year. I really enjoyed watching more of the speed round presentations. They're very quick. You can watch them on YouTube easily, and you get a feel of another paper. So I really recommend that. I thought it was great. That's one of the beautiful things about Zoom. You can't do that in a live conference. Obviously, there's a lot that we miss by not being live. We are looking forward to having live conferences when things allow, but this is the best we can do until then. So
one of these days we hope to meet in person. But I think if people have questions, you can direct them to me through the chat, or if there are questions or issues with the technical issues, can direct them to Mandy at the CEPR projects, but probably just to me is fine, and I can pass them along. But I think on that note, I will just turn things over to Rachel Ngai, who's the session chair for the first session. So Rachel, over to you.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everyone, for coming around the world. So we are very excited for the first two papers to start. One is on the Uganda agriculture market, and the second one is on gender and structural transformation and economic development. Both are exciting topics. So I won't take much time. I will give to the first speaker, Meredith Starts. Have you shared your screen yet? If you can try. Meredith Starts. Do we know if
she is online?
Oh, hi.
I'm sorry, everyone. I am having connectivity issues this morning. I just got kicked off. Hopefully I'm back now and you can hear me.
Okay, that's very good. So the floor is yours. So please share your screen. People are welcome to ask questions either in chat or directly.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Can you see my screen?
Yep, good.
Fantastic. And I can't see everybody super well, so I hope people will just interrupt me if they have a question that I'm not seeing. Thanks, everybody, for being here. This is fantastic. Thanks for letting me kick things off. I'm going to be talking about an RCT looking at search, intermediation, and trade in Uganda. And this is joint work with Lauren Bergquist and Craig McIntosh. And I think at least Craig and possibly both of them are here in the chat to answer all your tough questions. So I suspect it's not a super tough sell to this audience that understanding market integration and trade more broadly in agricultural markets is a really key issue for welfare in developing countries. And that's true on both sides of the market, right? So on the production side, for producers, we know that a lot of the poor in sub-Saharan Africa are farmers who are dependent on agriculture and therefore really reliant on agricultural output prices and markets for their income and their welfare. And on the other side of the market, we know that for consumers, a large part of their spending in both rural and urban areas is on food, on agricultural goods, and that therefore agricultural prices are really key for their welfare as well. And this is the classic food price dilemma for policymakers, right? Who would like to raise agricultural prices or food prices to help producers, and they'd like to lower food prices to help consumers. And how can you do both? And so the way to get a win-win, it's often thought, right, is to turn to reducing the price gap between what farmers receive and what consumers pay. And that immediately brings you to issues of market integration and trade barriers, okay? And we know that market integration has improved a lot in sub-Saharan Africa over the last 50 years, but also that there's still a lot of remaining price variation, not only seasonally over time, but also geographic variation, across locations at any point in time. And so I think correctly, a lot of the attention on understanding that has been focused on transportation costs, which we know are the highest in the world in sub-Saharan Africa. But increasingly, we're also finding that those price gaps are even larger than what we can explain, even with these very high transportation costs, right? That there is some sort of unexplained remaining variation there. And so we've started to think about what is underlying that remaining price variation that we can't explain, and is it potentially susceptible to policy intervention to get rid of it? Okay, and one of the ideas that we've turned to is that some part of that excess price dispersion may be explained by information barriers and search problems. Okay, and so where our paper comes in is experimental evaluation of the impact of an agricultural market matching platform called Kudu. And Kudu is basically a clearinghouse for helping supply meet demand. So if you are a buyer or seller of an agricultural commodity in these areas of Uganda, you can get on your feature phone and you can post basically an offer saying, how much of what good you want to buy or sell and where you want to sell it, and making a price offer. And the platform will help match you with a buyer or seller who may be interested in a transaction on those terms, okay? And one of the nice things about at least this initial rollout of Kudu for our purposes is that it really is focused on this matching of buyers and sellers. And so we're able to isolate the impact of these search and matching costs rather than sort of a bigger bundle of interventions that sometimes come with these sort of institutions or platforms like improved access to credit or quality grading and so on. And in the setting, we're also able to really do randomization at scale. And that is enabling us to look at effects on equilibrium objects like trade flows and prices at the market level. So the randomized rollout of Kudu took place across 110 sub-counties in Uganda, which is covering millions of people and roughly 12% of the surface area of the country. And we're able to study the impacts of that rollout over a 3-year period, so covering multiple harvests under access to the program. So you can think of this as sort of short to medium run impacts and not just immediate effects. And in that setting, we have data that enables us to look at those impacts from several different angles. So we have high frequency price data at the market level across 236 markets in the study area. We have surveys with traders in these markets that let us look at how their behavior has changed and how that affects their profits and financial outcomes. And we also have surveys with farmers to understand their behavior and how their well-being is impacted by Kudu. And so what we find is first that Kudu seems to work. So Kudu actually did increase market integration, both in the sense of increasing trade between treated pairs of markets and in the sense of reducing price dispersion or price gaps between those treated markets. Okay, and so our kind of first level takeaway from that is that search and matching costs seem to still be really important. So, a lot of the kind of early studies on search costs in agricultural markets, I think, correctly focused on how a technology like access to cell phones might affect information frictions, right? And what's interesting here is that even in this setting with pretty ubiquitous cell phone access and use, it appears that Kudu still had a really big effect. It suggests there was some additional search and matching cost that was still there and was still really deterring trade. And that increase in integration really reflects price convergence. So we actually do not see a change in average price levels as a result of Kudu. What we see instead is that prices in relative production surplus areas went up and prices in relative deficit areas went down, okay? And that's where this convergence and this reduction in price gaps is coming from. And because these prices are moving in opposite directions, we see that price gaps come closer to the reported level of transport costs. So between control markets, price gaps are about twice as large as transport costs. And in treated pairs of markets, that falls to about 1.8 times the level of transport costs. So you can think of this as sort of a roughly 20% decrease in excess price dispersion beyond what we can explain with transport costs. So how did this come about? I think policymakers and practitioners, including the organizations, I think, behind Kudu, often come into the situation with a belief, one, that access to information and search costs are potentially a source of market power for intermediaries, okay? And so the way that a platform like Kudu will work and where the benefits will come from is that it will reduce information barriers for smallholder farmers, right? And potentially enable them to access sort of better ways of selling or better buyers, maybe bigger buyers in faraway places, and possibly cut out these middlemen who had market power over them, okay? And that's where the benefit is going to come from. And that's not what we saw happening here. So in fact, what we see is that almost all use of the platform itself was by traders, and very little of it was by farmers, okay? But even though it didn't work the way that they were expecting, it actually did still have some of the effects they were expecting. And so even though traders were using the platform and farmers weren't, what we see is that average trader profits decrease. And the key is that decrease seems to have been driven by improved arbitrage on the part of other traders, not by farmers, right? So what we see is that there's more entry of traders operating on routes between traded markets, and that seems to be affecting equilibrium prices and pushing down average profits for traders. And in fact, some of that change in prices gets passed through to farmers. And so we see that farmers in surplus production areas do benefit from Kudu in terms of their sales and revenue, even though they weren't using the platform itself. Okay, so for time reasons, let it suffice it to say on this slide that I think we're joining a really exciting and fast-growing literature on understanding information frictions and search problems in agricultural markets, and looking at that from both a theoretical and an empirical perspective, trying to understand sort of in practice what kind of institutions and technologies can potentially be effective at reducing those market frictions and increasing market integration. So let me just get straight on to the details of the setting that we're in. So what I'm showing you here on the left is the famine early warning system map of maize trade flows within Uganda. Okay, so the green areas are major production surplus areas. So they're on net sending out maize, okay, and they're sending it to these orange areas, which are deficit areas, including, urban areas like Kampala down here. And I don't know if you can sort of eyeball how that maps onto our study areas over here on the right, but our study area sort of ranges, it covers all regions of the country, but it ranges from major production surplus areas to minor deficit areas. And the reason for that is that the organization that was doing the rollout wanted to target places with potential for commercial expansion. Okay, and so they're generally not covering the major deficit areas. And on average, our study has kind of some net surplus. And so we're going to focus, at least in this presentation, on maize. That's not the only crop people are producing, nor the only crop traded on the platform, but it is kind of the main one in terms of volumes and importance to people's livelihoods. And so you should think of farmers in our study area as basically small net producers of maize. Okay, so a typical farmer is growing under a ton of maize per year over 2 harvest seasons. And they're typically selling about 60% of that harvest, right, with the remainder being stored for household consumption. But there's a lot of variation underlying that, both across sort of individual households and regions within the study, where in some places much more of output is getting marketed and sold, less. But overall, I think you could characterize these farmers as doing fairly limited active marketing, even though they are selling. So, the typical farmer is making only 2 sales per year. So that's, 1 per harvest season. And 2/3 of them are selling only at farm gate. Okay, and that remaining third just means they kind of at least once made a sale somewhere away from the farm gate, but that's almost always their nearest market, which is about 2 kilometers away. And they're generally selling just to one trader and somebody that they've sold to in the past, right? So there's not sort of a whole lot of active selling or seeking out of new buyers or new sales locations going on here. And in contrast, traders in this setting are first just operating at a much larger scale than the farmers are. Okay, so the typical trader is buying and selling 25 tons of maize per year. So you can think of them as sort of on a scale like 25 to 40 times as large as a farmer in terms of the volumes that they're buying and selling. And about 60% of them are using a truck, like a 5 to 10 ton truck, when they're buying and selling, and the remainder have some smaller vehicle, like a motorcycle or bicycle. And their monthly profits are about 5 times as high as the typical farmer's household consumption here. So you should think of these as just much larger and richer operations than individual farmers. And they're generally operating from trading centers. So this is basically markets with permanent physical location and premises. And they mostly have a home base that's basically a store or a warehouse in a home market. Okay, and these markets on average are the home base for about 6 traders, but there's a lot of variation, right, with some of them being smaller than that and some of them larger. And traders, in contrast to farmers, are really doing a lot of active marketing, right? That's their whole business. That's what they're doing. You should think of them as aggregators. So they're making a larger number of small purchases and then aggregating up and making a smaller number of larger sales, okay? And they're sourcing and buying in different places, but most of their product is sourced locally near their home base market. And then most of their sales are away somewhere else. And they are very actively searching out buyers, getting price information via radio, via phone calls to contacts, sometimes by just showing up in a location to see if somebody has anything to buy or sell. And they're typically having a buy-sell price margin of about 25%, okay, or 30% in the mean, okay? And so what all that very active arbitrage activity and seeking out of price information adds up to is nonetheless pretty large average price gaps between locations. So what we're showing you here is on the x-axis, the distance between a pair of markets in the data, okay? And on the y-axis, the absolute price gap for a kilo of maize between those. And you know, your first thought might be, okay, but a lot of that price gap is probably transport costs, and you are totally correct. A lot of it is, okay? But not all of it. So what you can see here is that price gaps between markets are substantially higher than what we can explain with reported trade costs. And again, that's, you know, nothing weird about our survey or our setting. That's a really standard finding all over the place, okay? And so this project kind of lives in this gray area, right, which is the distance between the part of price gaps we can explain with transport costs and the price gaps that we actually observe. And so into that gray area comes Kudu, right, which is a market matching platform developed specifically for agricultural trade in Uganda, okay? And the way it works is that you can access it through a feature phone, right, through sort of a USSD menu like the one you can see on the right. And if you are a buyer or seller, you can post basically a batch offer, which is a product you want to buy or sell, the quantity, a price offer, and the location for a transaction. And then Kudu has a matching algorithm that basically pairs up those offers to try to achieve some sort of global optimum of matches. And then it directly connects buyers and sellers that it has paired up so that they can talk to each other directly and try to complete a transaction. There's also sort of another component, which is that Kudu sends price data via SMS to users. It sort of looks like that's not what's mainly driving our results. I can show people that if they're interested, but I'm mostly not going to talk about that aspect of it for that reason. Okay, and there was a big push to get people to be able to really use Kudu. So this is being rolled out by a private agribusiness firm, and their sort of initial approach was that they were going to train local agents to help people use the platform. That, for various reasons, ended up not actually working that well. And so in the end, full-time staff were basically hired to be on location and help do promotion. And in addition to that, they really wanted people to use the platform. And so users also got blasted with these promotional SMS messages reminding them about the platform and that they can use it. So let me just sort of say what, where and how this got rolled out. So we're operating in these 11 districts in Uganda that I showed you on the first map, okay? And in those 11 districts, we have 110 sub-counties and 236 trading centers, which are these kind of permanent physical markets that traders are operating from. And in that, that study area, what we have is sort of close to a census of traders who are operating from those trading centers, and then a sample of farming households, okay? And half of the sub-counties then get randomly assigned to control and half to treatment. And everybody within the treated sub-counties and trading centers gets pushed the program, right? So all of the traders and the farmers within those treated sub-counties have access to the program. So when that gets rolled out, we have 3 types of data coming in. Okay, so one is this bi-weekly market level surveys, and that is where market price information is coming from. That's getting collected every 2 weeks. And then we have occasional surveys with traders and with farming households to look at their outcomes. And you can see that the study period is covering, is covering 5 harvest periods, okay, while PD is in operation. And so what we see is that people do actually use the platform. Okay, so we see about 24,000 offers to sell on the platform, 30,000 offers to buy. Okay, and a lot of product actually gets traded. So 7,300 tons of grain worth several $1 million actually gets transacted on the platform. And as I mentioned, about 2/3 of that is maize, although there are, there's a whole list of other crops that people could buy and sell on the platform. A lot of it ends up being maize. And so what's really interesting here is that sort of, as I said, in spite of the intentions, I think, of the Kudu developers, who ends up using the platform is really traders and not farmers. So about 80% of treated traders try using the platform at least once, and 22% of them successfully complete at least one trade, right? Whereas only about 1/4 of farming households ever try using the platform, and only 2% of them actually end up successfully completing a transaction. So there's a lot of activity going on the platform, but you can really think of it as being driven by traders and not farmers. So what happens? Okay, so the platform increases trade between traded markets. So what we're showing you is that that's true on the extensive margin. So whether there's any trade between a pair of traded markets, it's true in terms of the number of traders who are operating on the route between a pair of traded markets. And it's true in terms of the volume of, I think we're showing maize here, that that gets sent between those traded markets. Okay, and one thing I want you to notice, which we'll come back to in a second, is that there's really very little trade between pairs of markets that are more than 200 kilometers away from each other, right? And that's true in control markets, but it's also, the intervention doesn't change that, okay? And then over here, what we can see is that it also reduces price gaps between traded pairs of markets, right? So in control markets, the price gap is here, and in traded markets, that substantially brings down the price gap sort of across the whole distribution. So to dig into that a little bit more, right, this is where we started out in control markets, where price gaps were about twice as high as observed transport costs. And between treated pairs of markets, that comes down to about 1.8 times as high as transport costs, right? So this is about a 20% reduction in excess price dispersion above and beyond what we can explain with transport costs. And so if we look at all of this in a regression form rather than pictures, let me ask you to look at this middle row here. Okay, so between pairs of markets that were both treated, we see here kind of what looks like small and pretty noisy increases in trade and reductions in price dispersion. Okay, but what this is masking, if I can ask you to think back to those pictures, right, is that for pairs of markets that are more than 200 kilometers away from each other, there's really no action at all. Okay, there was no trade at baseline, and the treatment is not inducing any trade between those really distant pairs of markets. And so instead, everything is being driven by these pairs of markets that are closer to each other than 200 kilometers. And that's where you really do see these big increases in trade, okay, and reductions in price dispersion. So coming to prices, if you look at column 1 here, we don't see effectively any change in average price levels as a result of access to Kudu. But what that's masking, right, is that prices are falling as a result of treatment in net deficit markets or relative deficit markets, right, that are producing less maize. And they're rising in relative surplus markets. Okay, so this net zero is actually reflecting lots of price changes, right? Just going down in deficit markets and up in surplus markets. And in some sense, coming at this from trade theory, this is exactly what you would expect if you're improving market integration. You're moving more maize from surplus to deficit areas, and prices across those places are equilibrating and coming closer to each other. And if you look at that across the whole distribution, you see a pretty consistent picture, right? So on the left, what you're seeing here is, places with relatively less marketed surplus at baseline all have prices that are going up. And then at some point it crosses the control price level. And for places with relatively large levels of baseline marketed surplus, sorry, I just said this backwards. Places with low marketed surplus prices are going down relative to control, right? And places with high surplus, it's going up. And it just sort of so happens, if you look over here on the right side, that kind of about half of the sample has levels of marketed surplus below that crossing point, right, where prices switch from going down to going up. And so kind of coincidentally, the average price effect is 0. That doesn't necessarily have to be true. That's kind of a feature of how much relative surplus and deficit there is in our study sample. Okay, so so far what I've been showing you is a pretty traditional kind of RCT approach to comparing treatment and control. But of course, we're in a setting where explicitly what's of interest is interactions across markets. We're looking at trade, okay? And so the next thing we want to do is sort of say, how should we think about that? How should we think about randomization in this kind of setting? And first, before we go there, I want to emphasize that the randomization at scale, right, where treatment is being applied at the sub-county level, is really important for 2 reasons. So one is that, when we think about spillovers, often we're actually thinking about kind of bad spillovers, maybe in the sense that people in control areas are sort of benefiting directly from the intervention, like they are using Kudu or something, and we don't see that. So randomizing at the sub-county level prevents the kind of spillovers that are just like somebody talking to their neighbor and being like, hey, here's this cool platform, you should try it out to sell your maize. Okay, so there's not much of that going on. The second thing that it does is that it lets us see any differences between treatment and control markets, right? So if this had been randomized at like the individual or even the village level, we probably wouldn't be able to see any effects on these kind of market level equilibrium objects. Okay, and so randomizing at this really high level is letting us see that kind of changes in these equilibrium market level objects actually were induced by the experiment, right? Now that said, there are interactions between treated and control subcounties, even when the randomization was at that high level. And in fact, that's kind of the point. We're looking at trade, right? And so you want to think about 2 types of forces here. One, which we're calling trade diversion, right? Which is that Kudu has effectively made search and matching costs less expensive between treated pairs of markets without affecting those costs with control markets. So if I'm now a seller in a treated market, it's become relatively appealing for me to sell in another treated market relative to a control market, right? And so you sort of, there's been a relative change in trade costs, and you might expect that to change where people choose to buy and sell. The second type of force is just that equilibrium prices in markets are going to be changing, and you should expect trade flows and prices in control markets to respond to those equilibrium changes in prices in treated markets, right? So even sort of setting aside the direct change in trade costs, if prices are going up or down in treated markets, you expect buyers and sellers in control markets to respond to those changes in equilibrium prices. And both of these things are CEPR violations for our standard treatment control comparison, okay? But I want to emphasize that this is a feature, not a bug, right? These aren't spillovers of the type that we want to get rid of. This is exactly the kind of forces that we want to understand when we're thinking about trade and market integration. And so where we're going with this is to think about how to combine this traditional experimental variation with a market access approach from trade to tell us sort of how to add up these direct and indirect effects in an equilibrium setting. With apologies, that's the part that's still work in progress about this project. So I'm going to sort of offer you a teaser without telling you what the final answer is on how those forces aggregate up. But that's where we're going, and we'd certainly love to hear anybody's thoughts on this, right? So the teaser here is, there's a lot going on, but let me just ask you to kind of focus on these first 2 rows here. So we're looking at changes in maize prices. And what these first two rows are telling you is how maize prices change in control markets that have randomly different levels of exposure to other treated markets, okay? So this first row is saying if you're a control market and more of the markets that you imported from at baseline are randomly selected for treatment, okay, your price levels go up. And that's actually exactly what we would expect to see based on these trade diversion and general equilibrium effects, right? So think about a place I used to import from on average is going to be a net surplus market, right? They were sending things out. And we know that their prices went up and that they started trading more with other treatment markets. And so you should think that I become relatively less appealing as a place to sell to, and their prices have gone up, and you should expect trade flows to me as a control market to go down, and therefore my prices to rise. And if you think about a control market that's relatively more exposed to exports to treatment markets, so places that they were selling to at baseline are randomly selected for treatment, you see the opposite, right? That those are places whose prices have gone down, right? I'm going to sell less to them, okay? And that's going to make my prices as a surplus market fall, right? So, and you can see that if I'm treated myself, that pushes these effects back in the opposite direction because I'm actually benefiting directly from the decreases in trade costs. So, I think the main thing we want you to take away from this at this point is that it's very clear that the randomized treatment throughout the network did have impacts on control markets. And so where we're going with this is figuring out how you want to sort of add that up, think about the aggregate impacts. Okay, so very clear that prices are moving in opposite directions. Some people are winning, some people are losing. How do you want to think about that? So first we can think about buyers versus sellers. And you should think overall that we're reducing trade costs and improving arbitrage. So we're moving maize on net from, low marginal utility surplus markets to higher marginal utility deficit markets. And so probably overall, there are net welfare gains from that. But there are going to be winners and losers within that net welfare gain. And so what you should think here is that buyers in deficit markets are gaining as prices fall, right? So that's maybe consumers are benefiting from price reductions. Okay, and sellers in surplus markets are going to be gaining as prices go up. But of course, the flip side of that is that sellers in deficit markets might be losing when prices go down, and buyers in surplus markets may also be losing. So there are clearly winners and losers here. Okay, another front that you want to think about is farmers versus traders. So kind of coming back to the intentions of this program, right? They wanted farmers to benefit. Farmers, it turned out, didn't actually use the platform, and traders did. And so, does that actually sort of end up exacerbating traders' market power, or do farmers end up benefiting? And the answer is going to depend on what are these equilibrium price effects and how do those pass through from traders to farmers? And so we're going to look at that next. So for traders, on average, what we see here is that even though they were using the platform, in treated markets, their average profits actually fell. And where that's coming from, if you look over here on the right, is that the price that they bought at on average went down, but not as much as the price that they sold at on average went down. Okay, so as price gaps fall, their buy-sell margin gets squeezed. Okay, and so even though they're actually dealing in larger quantities, right, their volumes are increasing, their total profits are going down. And I don't know, maybe this is surprising at first. I think this is actually exactly what you might expect if trade costs are falling. So you can imagine that the buy-sell price margins and what kind of looks like measured profits may in fact, at least in part, be reflecting unobserved costs like search and matching frictions, right? And if those go down, maybe if they act like fixed costs in particular, and if they go down and we see entry, which we do, you would exactly expect that sort of the new equilibrium has higher entry and lower observed profits. And that's not even necessarily bad for traders. It's reflecting the fact that their trade costs have actually gone down. Okay, so this is maybe sort of not quite as surprising as it might at first appear, but profits do fall for traders. What happens to farmers? So on average, for farmers, the answer is kind of not a ton. This is sort of a somewhat underpowered positive effect on the order of kind of a 10% increase in revenues. But again, kind of thinking back to trade theory and the results that we saw before, you wouldn't necessarily expect producers everywhere to win, right? And in fact, precisely if we split this between surplus and deficit areas, you see what you might think. So in deficit areas, there's kind of not much at all going on for farmers. But in surplus areas, there you start to see the gains coming through more strongly, right? So these are net production surplus areas where prices have been going up on average. And indeed, you see that farmers there seem to have revenue gains, which suggests that some of those price increases are being passed through to them from traders. Okay, let me wrap up. So what are our takeaways from this? So I think our first order takeaway is just that it seems really clear from the effect of Kudu that substantial search and matching frictions do seem to still exist in these kind of agricultural markets, in spite of cell phone use. And that platforms like Kudu can be effective at reducing those frictions and improving integration. And the form that improvement in integration and reduction in information frictions takes is increased arbitrage and falling price gaps. Kind of cool, exactly what you would have expected from kind of basic trade theory is what we actually see happening here. And you see sort of the result you expected, but maybe not through the channels that practitioners were expecting, even though they got the results they hoped for, right? So we saw that farmers don't use the platform and traders do, but that in spite of that, it's sort of successful in reducing price caps and actually benefiting farmers, at least in surplus areas where you would expect to benefit. And so the thing that is still work in progress here is that clearly the indirect effects are key. So both indirect effects in terms of control markets being affected through equilibrium price and trade effects, and in the sense of farmers and presumably consumers being affected indirectly via pass-through of those price effects from intermediaries. And so where we're going with this is sort of bringing a more formal market access approach to tell you how to think about aggregating up all of those direct and indirect effects. So teaser coming soon, hopefully to a conference near you, and we'd love to hear all of your feedback and comments. So thanks.
Thank you. We're very much ahead of time because your co-author, Craig, was kindly answering a lot of questions in the chat, which you might want to download later on to find out. But I will still perhaps invite some of the audience to ask directly. Maybe the answer in the chat was not as detailed. Can I invite Daniel to ask the first question, and then other people are welcome to ask more questions? Daniel,
thank you, yes. Rachel. Yeah, I think Craig did a great job answering my question. Close to the end, I was just asking about whether the reduction of the profit of traders really reflects the number of traders being increasing, and there's a selection fact that you have originally less competent traders now entering the market, or I was asking him whether you guys see an extensive margin response into the number of traders, and I think Craig was asking was answering a little bit in the chat, but Meredith, if you can describe that'd be great.
Yeah, so I think it sounds like Craig may have already told you the part that I think we know, which is that yes, there is an effect on the number of traders serving these routes. If I'm understanding correctly, there's sort of another part of your question, which is there a compositional change in who those traders are that are entering on routes? And I think actually we could probably do more to look at that. Craig, feel free to jump in if you disagree, but I don't think we've actually broken that down a lot. So what we do know is that the take-up is mostly by larger traders. Okay, traders that are dealing in larger volumes at baseline. So I think sort of like prima facie, that doesn't suggest the kind of like selection effects that I think you have in mind, right? Where the like lower productivity guys are the ones entering, right? You wouldn't have expected them to be the larger ones at baseline. So my guess is that that's not what's going on, right? And that you should think of this more as sort of traders are picking up new routes that didn't used to be profitable for them personally, right? For sort of idiosyncratic reasons. But I think that's a really good question. I think we could dig into that more, sort of what the compositional change in what types of traders are serving which routes are. That would be really interesting. Thanks.
Tristan Reed, would you like to ask your question directly?
Yeah, sure. Craig also did a good job. I was just wanted to know, Meredith, if you just had thought a little bit about, putting a little more structure on the model. You have this really nice shock to trader costs. You could back out maybe the farmer supply curve, and then also, know a bit more about the trader's production function. There's this old literature about whether they have constant or increasing returns to scale. So just would love your thoughts on where you're going with that.
Yeah. So this is this is the work in progress part, but you're absolutely along the lines that we're thinking of. Maybe since this went so quickly, maybe I should have pulled out the the structure that we're thinking of putting on it. But so I think kind of briefly, yes, we think there's an economies of scale thing going on here. So I think that the kind of micro evidence we have suggests that these search and matching frictions are operating, at least in part, kind of like a fixed cost of going between certain markets. So you can think of that both kind of just kind of the like actual economics of what's going on. Like, what are people doing, right? They're making a whole bunch of phone calls. They're sometimes taking trips to a market to visit people and see what's going on, right? And so I think just the activities kind of do look like a fixed cost. You have to spend a bunch of time and do some traveling before you can make a sale, right? And what Kudu is kind of doing is saving you from having to do some of that. You can like post on a platform instead, and you can get a good match. And so you can kind of think of this as lowering effectively the equilibrium fixed cost of making a match in a particular market. Okay. And so if you think of it that way, one, it makes sense that what looks like observed profits for traders are going down. As I said, you can kind of think of the equilibrium fixed cost falling, and you're getting entry, and the kind of variable profits you need to cover fixed costs are falling, right? And two, I think that that's going to lead to a way of kind of adding up how do you want to think about those fixed costs changing all over the network, changing equilibrium trade flows, and are going to let us, exactly as you say, kind of back out what must the size of the change in trade costs have been, and how does that change market access for locations everywhere in the network. So apologies for the sort of like verbal overview of where we're going with this, but I think in terms of formalizing, that's the approach we're taking.
And I guess just one more thing on the SIPA issue is so I mean, the really nice thing you have is you have like variation, between different markets, but you're not sure really what the spillovers are between the markets. I guess in my paper with Lorenzo, the way we dealt with that was we had one shock that we knew was like aggregate to all of the markets. So in the cocoa, it was the international cocoa price. So if you can have some, I don't know how long your time series is, but if you can have some shock that will hit all the markets in a similar way, that might allow you to kind of separate, what are gaps due to trade costs or differentiation between markets versus, pass through of prices hitting everybody.
Yeah, maybe we should talk about this more. I mean, I think what's actually really nice about this setting is that we sort of have lots of instruments, right? Because we do have random variation in not just own treatment status, but in sort of the degree and type of exposure to others' treatment status, right? And so I think we can sort of make use of variation in pairwise treatment, kind of holding other exogenous variation that like is going to change your aggregate price level fixed. And so I think that is actually going to let us kind of separate out the kind of what's the change in the overall price level and what's about the change in the pairwise trade cost in a really nice way.
Richard has a question, please go ahead.
Hey, Meredith, just to kind of follow up on the previous discussion, it sounds like you're saying it's the initially large traders who actually then saw an increase in the volume of trading. From what you said, that it's them that took advantage of the platform. And I guess I'm wondering if you have a bit more information. First of all, that seems a little bit puzzling in some ways. You think usually if you get reduction in fixed costs that you kind of slide down, you don't get the big changes at the top. But I wonder if you can say a bit more about the distribution of profits across traders. Is it getting more concentrated? And how you think about that in terms of what's going on?
Yeah, so two things. So on the first point, I should be a little careful about maybe I may have said this not quite the right way. So what we see is that the traders who take up use of Kudu overall are on average larger, which is not quite the same thing as saying what's the size of the marginal entrant on a given route relative to the people who are already serving that route. Right? So it could still be true that overall it's the large traders who take up, but that those are who are induced to enter on a particular route are on average smaller than those who were serving that particular route before, right? And so that last part we have not looked at. I want to be clear. I don't know what the answer to that question is. I think that's a great question that we should dig into, kind of per Daniel's point, but I don't know. And I think you're right that is, if I'm understanding you right, I think that's kind of what we would expect. That when the fixed cost of serving a particular route go down, that kind of opens it to people with lower truck capacity or whatever. I am totally sorry. I have lost track of what the second part of your question was.
Oh, I was just asking what's happening to the distribution of profits. I mean, in terms, are they becoming more concentrated? I mean, just a bit more information about what's happening to the set of traders. I mean, the distributional consequences.
Yes. So Craig can jump in if I'm misremembering this, but we do, I think, see this is a bit noisy, but we do see compression in markups. So what we see is that for some set of traders, their margins actually go up, right? But for a lot of them, it goes down. And I think, again, Craig, jump in if I'm misremembering, but I think it was the traders that had the highest margins at baseline who see their markups go down the most, and those on average with lower baseline markups who sometimes see them go up, even though on average markups fall.
Well, I guess, I mean, but profits are going to depend on changes in margins and changes in volume. And I'm also asking just what's happening to the distribution of volume across these traders.
That's a totally fair question. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, but you're right. I think we could do more carefully to sort of describe how the distribution of trader activity changes on all those fronts.
I mean, if I may just jump in quickly, there's a sense where the results almost look a little bit like the old agricultural treadmill story, that, you know, what happens here is that this platform makes these markets more efficient. It means that the margin per unit traded goes down. And then there's a substantial large treatment effect on the volumes traded overall. And so basically what you're seeing is that the traders are having to kind of run harder to stay in place. And in fact, they don't manage to quite stay in place, that net total profits are falling because the overall impact on the margins is larger than their ability to recover in terms of increasing volumes.
I guess one issue is that if they're paying for non-price competition happens out of the profits, so like credit provision or other things like that, you could be competing some of that away. I don't know if you pick those outcomes up.
Yeah, I think we actually do have it on. Craig, correct me. I don't think we've looked at that, but we could, right?
That's right.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Tristan. Thanks.
We still have about 10 minutes for questions. If there's any question, please feel free to jump in.
Morgan, did you?
Yeah, I have a question. Okay, so yeah, this is a really cool project. I think the spillover stuff is my favorite part, but I think this relates to the question about kind of entry and exit of kind of players. And I was realizing I hadn't really thought through the details or like technical components of your data collection. So is it like you're doing a census and you're representatively sampling everybody at baseline and then tracking those people over time? Are you capturing new entrants? Are you able to only observe exit? I was having trouble wrapping my head around that because I think the entry exit stuff is cool, and then I wasn't sure how you can get at it. So
yeah, so when we've been talking about entry exit so far, what we mean is kind of at the route served level rather than the home market where their warehouse is located, right? So it's like I didn't used to sell to this particular destination market, but now I do. That's what I mean by entry so far. We are following the same set of traders. I actually don't think we would pick up it if somebody moved their home base, like moved their warehouse to a new market.
yeah, it also
Right.
might just not be like common that would happen in this context. So maybe this just isn't interesting, but like I was just wondering whether there's like broad entry and exit going on here that your intervention is inducing, and I don't know.
Yeah, and I think another margin that would be along similar lines is I think we have not looked yet at like changes in capital investment, right?
Mhm.
So like
Yeah,
another
yeah,
market
stuff
is
like
you
this,
could like
yeah.
upgrade the size of your truck.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think my memory is kind of at a surface level. We don't see anything that looks like there's a ton of that going on, but we could definitely dig deeper both into like people actually having a home base in a new place and making big capital investments, like getting a truck or getting a bigger truck.
Yeah, I would be really interested in that. Really cool project.
Look like people are warming up for question now. Now we have 3 more questions. We might run out of time. So Nicola start first, then Ben, then Johannes. Okay, you just follow up on each other.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Good to see you, Meredith, and so many in this room to see, whatever that means. But from your presentation of the market, so there appears to be kind of a monopsony between the trader and the farmer. So there appears to be this concentration. I was wondering if there is any pass-through of your intervention with farmers, and even as usual, it's interesting. So I would love to know. We would all love to know everything, but if there is anything about the living conditions of these farmers, because there is there is an echo on that. Competition may have negative consequences here, and I wondered whether that is the case, and I would find that very interesting. Thank you.
Okay, so I think there are maybe actually, at least from my hearing, 2 different things that could be really interesting about what you're saying. So one, I think, was about kind of, can we see the pass-through showing up for farmers maybe in overall living conditions? So we definitely see that in terms of their agricultural revenues, right? So farmers in surplus areas do seem to be benefiting from the higher prices. Their revenues go up, their net marketed quantity goes up. I think that we're a little underpowered to sort of see that translating into like deeper well-being indicators, right? I think it would be a little, even given the scale that this experiment was happening on, given that effectively, in some sense, we have 110 experimental units, we're still a little bit underpowered for some of this stuff. And so I think we definitely see the changes in revenues. I think we're going to be underpowered to be looking at kind of like deeper well-being stuff for farmers. My memory is that there's not a whole lot of evidence, for instance, that it's like changing their production. Right, so it doesn't look like it's inducing them to grow more. It looks like it might be changing their margin between how much they store for home consumption and how much they sell. The second thing I think that you were maybe starting to say is, I think, related to Tristan's question, which is we could have Rocco and Amit style actually increasing competition kind of undermines relational contracting on these other margins, right? Like credit provision or something, right? And so actually having this increased competition might make things harder for farmers in terms of like getting input loans from traders or something. I don't know. That's a really interesting thing we could look at. My sort of guess is that since it's more about serving particular routes and not about changing your home base, which I think would probably be more relevant for like the relationships with farmers, my guess is no. But But I think we could look at whether there are changes in on those margins. Yeah, that would be super interesting.
Johannes, do you want to go ahead?
Oh, sorry. Just a quick clarification question. So are these offers in any way binding when they get accepted? And kind of what do these things say about who gets to have to pick up the goods and who gets to have to go somewhere and so on?
Yeah, so my brief answer, and then I will invite Craig to tell you more about this, is that no, they are not binding. So the platform just kind of matches them up and lets them talk to each other. And then we observe whether a transaction actually happened. And in fact, I believe we observe whether the transaction happened sort of at the terms originally offered or at different terms, which is a whole interesting thing in itself. But Craig, you probably have a lot more that you could say about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really fascinating world of how to make transactions happen in this impersonal environment when people are used to personal exchange. So the simple answer to your question is the default is that the buyer transports, and if they wanted to make a different deal, they were free to do that. We turned the platform on anticipating that there would be this big wedge between the bid and ask prices, and there would be this kind of juicy margin there to arbitrage. And in fact, almost the entire way through the platform and all 3 years, the average buying price and the average selling price were upside down from each other. And what we see when we look at the relationship between local market prices and bid and ask prices is essentially the buyers were posting quite realistic prices that were well in line with the prices that were actually being paid in their own markets, in their bigger markets where they were located. The sellers, the farmers and the small traders were kind of on a fishing expedition to see what they could get, and that they were often posting very unrealistic prices that were really out of line with their own local markets, finding no buyers, and that's a large reason for the overall low hit rate of the platform in terms of generating business.
I mean, that's super interesting. And do you see like these relationships sticking over time?
Yeah,
Yes.
they were very persistent. We did everything we could to hammer at them, including, as Meredith said, sending out lots of price information from the platform to try to kind of drill some realism in. And the average upside down wedge in the market hardly changed the whole way through the study, despite radically moving up and down.
But also, Johannes, I don't know if this is what you were asking, but also matches like pairings that are created via the platform were also sticky. So people who started transacting because of the match on the platform often continued transacting sometimes off the platform.
Off the platform, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, one more person, no? Tristan, do you want to add something more based on your chat discussion?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I mean, I think there's this idea that comes up a lot in development seminars that, like, you know, competition is always going to be bad for credit provision because it increases the default option in a relational contract. But there's this other idea that, like, it goes back to Fissman and Ratturi have this nice paper on manufacturing in Africa that shows that actually in more competitive markets, you're more likely to provide trade credit because it's a way of, like, you know, capturing, you know, it's just a margin of non-price competition. So I just think that's like sort of more ambiguous than we typically think.
Yeah, totally. It could go either way. Agree.
Very well. Okay, then we move on to the second paper. So Tajana, could you please share your screen? And once again, if you have questions, you can also directly ask the speaker, but, you know, as you prefer. If you prefer to put it in chat, then we could also have more time for discussion at the end of the paper presentation. Okay, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you so much for including the paper. This is joint work with Gaurav Chiplonker, and we're studying the effects of gender barriers on structural transformation and economic development. And as all of you know, there's already a very extensive literature that studies the causes of structural transformation and their consequences for economic development. And in addition, there's a growing literature that emphasizes the importance of gender in that process and in occupation and sector choices more general. So this literature has also pointed out that gender-specific barriers can lead to an inefficient talent allocation and therefore to losses in aggregate productivity and output. So in this paper, we're asking the question, how important are gender barriers for the process of structural transformation and economic development across countries? And to answer the question, we're going to first document the gender dimension of structural transformation. So here we're going to show not only differences across genders in the sectoral choice, but also differences in the choice of occupations within each sector. And we're also going to allow for the choice of working in the home or for producing home services, which is important, especially important for the gender dimension. We're also showing some facts on schooling and wages and gender gaps in those variables. We're then going to develop and estimate a structural model of occupation sector choice, in which we're going to incorporate not only economic factors of structural transformation, but also gender barriers, which we're going to model via wage discrimination and social norms. And that estimated model will then allow us to perform a decomposition and to evaluate counterfactuals in which we can quantify the impact of gender-specific channels on structural transformation, productivity, and growth. So first, let me talk about the data and our motivating facts. So we're mostly relying on the ICOMS data set, which offers us nationally representative censuses and labor force surveys. And also it offers harmonized variables on sector definitions and occupations, as well as education status of each individual. And we're expanding that data set with living standard measurement surveys, especially to have a better coverage in Africa and Southeast Asia. For today, the sample will cover 50 country years and 13 countries. And for all of those observations, we have microdata on hourly wages and other demographic variables like gender, occupation, sector, and so forth. Overall, the sample has a good coverage of low, middle, and high income countries, and we're covering 1/3 of the population. In terms of the classification of sectors, we're relying on the standard categorization of agriculture, manufacturing, and market services. And in addition, we're also going to allow a sector that we call home services, in which we classify all workers who either work in household services or who claim to be unemployed or inactive in the market. Now, within all of those sectors, we're also allowing for different occupations, in particular, either a professional, clerk, service worker, agricultural worker, crafts, a trade worker, or a machine operator, or you could work in an elementary occupation that is also represented in all of those sectors. With these data sources and classifications, I can now present our facts on gender over structural transformation. And I'm going to start with gender differences in employment, as well as for occupations and sectors, and also how these choices change in high incomes compared to low income countries and over time as countries develop. So we're all very aware of this very standard theory or empirical fact of structural transformation, that as GDP per capita of countries increases, the employment share of services increases, agriculture decreases, and the employment share of manufacturing is more flat or hump-shaped. Now we can disaggregate that by gender, still conditioning on labor force participation, and we see how on the right-hand side that for women, the decrease out of agriculture and the movement into services seems to be steeper at lower levels of development. However, this is still conditional on labor force participation, and here, of course, there's a very big difference across genders. So if you also include the option of working in home, we see the following picture. On the left-hand side, for men, it doesn't change a lot because labor force participation, or the fraction of people who work at home, is relatively constant and flat and small across countries' GDP per capita. However, on the right-hand side, we see, and that has of course been pointed out by the literature before, we see this inverted U shape of the employment share in homework for women. So it seems like at first, as countries increase their GDP per capita, women are leaving agriculture and are sorting more into homework. However, as the countries grow even richer, they're going to leave homework and they're going to then sort into market services. So we see this increase here in the red line in the second part of the graph. So this shows that the gender dimension is very important for sectoral choices and for how those develop in rich compared to poorer countries. But now within each sector, there's also a very heterogeneous set of tasks or occupations or jobs that you can be doing. So in this paper, we also want to highlight that there's also an important gender dimension across these occupations within each sector, and also how this changes actually when countries grow richer. So to show you that, I can compute for each occupation and sector the female to male occupational choice ratio. So I can here compute the share of women who work in a given occupation sector, and I can divide that by the share of men in that occupation sector. And here on the left-hand side, I'm just plotting the CDF of these ratios. And I plotted once for our sample of high-income countries and once for low-income countries. So first of all, we see here that there's very, very large differences in this ratio. Of course, complete gender parity would mean that all the mass should be at the ratio equal to 1. However, we see here that the variance in this ratio is very large, with many occupation sectors where women are underrepresented relative to men, and also many where they're overrepresented relative to men. And we also see here that actually—
Sorry, just a clarification on the previous slide very quickly.
Yes.
The homework is just out of labor force, right? It's not a direct measurement, is it?
No, exactly. So we classify here everyone who is either actually says they work in household services. So for some, so that is also something that you can respond in the IPOM's data set, or that is inactive or unemployed. We're assuming all of those work produce something in the home or perform some services at home. Yes, exactly. Okay. Yeah, so here we see in the CDF, we actually also see, in addition to these large gender differences, we also see that this is relatively similar in high-income countries and low-income countries. So that does not seem to be like a massive convergence in the occupational choices across the sample. However, if you want to know what happens in specific occupation sectors, we can here look at the right-hand side of the graph, which gives us a matrix of all occupations and sectors, and shows how this ratio of female to male occupational choices changed in high income compared to low income countries. So for example, a positive number here means the percentage change in that ratio for high to low income countries. So professional workers in the service sector increased by 25%. So there were relatively more women sorting into that occupation sector compared to men in our high income compared to our low income country sample. And we see here that there is large heterogeneity across occupation within sectors. So for example, in services, professionals, clerks, and service workers, as well as elementary occupations and plant operators, increase in the share of female employment in high income countries. However, other occupations actually decrease. For manufacturing, it's a similar picture, or elementary occupations, for example, see an increase in female employment across all sectors. So we think it's important to also highlight the occupational dimension as well as a sectoral dimension, which can also tell us more about the better allocation of talent towards the occupations in which they have a comparative advantage or can add more value to the economy. So with these facts on occupational choices in mind, we also document similar statistics for the wage gap. So here we're computing the ratio between men and women in the average hourly wages in each occupation sector. And we're again plotting the CDF of these observations here over time. So one graph covers our sample after 2000, and the gray line are our observations before 1980. And here we see, so first of all, we see that in both samples, still wage discrimination is or average wages are lower for women. So most occupation sectors offer a ratio below 1. However, we do see large improvements over time here. So before 1980, the median female to male wage gap was around 0.5. However, that improves in our sample after 2000 to 0.8 or above 0.8 for the median wage gap. Again, if you want to look how that changed over time in specific occupation sector pairs, we can again look at this heat map. So those are the percentage changes of the ratio in post-2000 compared to pre-1980. And first, it's important to point out that all of these numbers are positive. So on average, in every single occupation sector, we saw an increase in that ratio or an improvement in the average wages of women compared to men. However, the increase was not homogeneous across occupation and sector pairs, but instead we see the largest increases in that ratio for the service sector for many occupations. We also see here large increases of 30% for the professionals, so for high-skilled occupations within manufacturing and services. And then we see lesser increase in other occupations, especially in agriculture. We also look at these gender wage gaps across different specifications or different measures. So for example, these results also hold if we compare low income to high income countries, if we look over development, so with increases in GDP per capita. We see also improvements within occupation sector pairs, and these improvements also hold when we adjust for differences in education across genders. So the last fact that I want to show you also is how schooling
I'm sorry, can I also clarify on the data? So a lot of these poor country, the worker are contributing family worker, meaning that they are unpaid. So how do we do you do something about the wage or no?
Yeah, so the IPOMs, also the labor force service, tell us some the wage that you earn in household businesses. So to some extent, we can include them. But we're including it from those labor force service only for now. And if Gaurav wants to chime in as well, Mike Arthur is in the audience. Feel free to do so, Gaurav. But so far, we are using where we can this data on informal or household businesses if there's reported in the IPOM. So for schooling, we're computing again the same graphs. So you can plot the average years of schooling in each occupation sector of women compared to men. And here the CDF is shown for low-income countries and high-income countries of our sample. And here also we see actually a lot of convergence. So the initial schooling gap closes a lot. And most math in high-income countries is relatively close to 1. If on the right-hand side we're going to the heat map again to look at specific occupation sector pairs. There we can see that most catch-up seem to have been happening within the service sectors across many occupations. However, it's also important here to point out that the initial gender gap in schooling was already lowest in services, and despite that, they saw still a large improvement for female education. In agriculture, average the schooling gap also increases. However, the initial period it was higher in agriculture compared to services. So with these patterns in mind, we have established that there are very important differences across genders, not only across sectors, but also across education outcomes. And there are different channels, of course, that can explain these patterns, both over time and also across countries. So there's a set of economic channels that has been widely studied, such as changes in sectoral productivity, or it is possible that the skill returns or returns in certain occupations change. Or we can have income effects, which from the demand side, as countries grow richer, they consume more services, and as agriculture, which would then affect the wages and the prices and can create different pull factors for women or men to sort differently across occupations and sectors. However, there could also be non-economic channels, in particular these gender barriers that we're focusing on in this paper, and they can manifest themselves either through wage discrimination or through a utility cost that can be gender specific of working in a particular occupation sector, and that could be driven by different gender norms as well. And of course, they affect how workers can sort based on their comparative advantage, which affects overall outcome or overall output and productivity, as well as gender inequality. So now we're developing a structural model in order to quantify these channels and enable and to decompose the different drivers of those empirical effects. So I'm going to set up now the model and then talk about the estimations and the decompositions that we can perform in our model. So for the structure of occupations and sectors, we're using the same classifications that I presented in the empirical section with the sectors J, and within that occupations that we by O. And particularly, we're allowing each occupation sector pair to differ in a gender-specific utility cost. So again, this can be driven by gender norms or different amenities. We're also allowing for gender-specific returns to ability. These are and for gender-specific wage rates per human capital unit, which can capture wage discrimination by gender. So each worker can differ, of course, by gender, but also by an ability Z. So that means that a worker of that given type earns the following income in each occupation sector pair. So the income will depend on their individual ability Z, exponentiated by the gender-specific returns to ability kappa. And then these effective human capital units will be multiplied by the gender-specific wage rate, and that will tell us the overall income that this worker type can earn in a given occupation sector pair. Now, on the demand side, we're going to assume that workers have a non-homothetic pickle preference over the three standard sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, and services. And with that, we can allow for changes in the sectoral expenditure share as income increases and also as countries grow richer. So the advantage of the pickle preferences is that despite the income inequality and despite the income effects at the individual level, we can aggregate those expenditure shares across individuals to the macroeconomic level in order to derive the market clearing conditions for the good market. So the service sector itself is then still disaggregated into home and market services. And for that, we follow the literature by assuming that workers have CS preferences over home and market services. So with this setup of the economy, we can now also derive workers' occupational and sectoral choices. So in particular, a worker of type G and ability Z has the following utility when working in a given occupation sector pair OJ. This utility depends on the indirect utility that they're receiving from the consumption bundle, which of course depends on the real income that this worker is earning in the occupation sector that they're choosing, and the prices, so the real income matters. And then in addition, their utility depends on the utility cost that they have to pay for working in this occupation sector. So that is denoted here by A, and that can include amenities of a given occupation, but also gender norms or certain things that can make it less costly for a woman to stay at home or more costly for a woman to enter very male-dominated occupations, for example. In addition, the utility also depends on this epsilon shock, which is an idiosyncratic preference shocks over each occupation sector pair. And we're assuming for the tractability of the model that this shock is extreme value distributed. And that allows us to solve in a closed form solution the share of workers of each gender type and each ability type Z who will choose to work in an occupation OJ. And this share of workers will then simply be a closed form function of the indirect utility that the worker will receive in this occupation sector based on their consumption bundle and their real income, and then this utility cost that they have to pay for working in this occupation sector. Now, given that we can express this share in a nice closed form solution, we can also aggregate human capital units to the occupation sector level. In particular, here we're starting with the ability Z of each worker, exponentiated by the returns to ability that they're receiving in a given occupation sector. Then we are weighting all of these efficient human capital units that are being supplied by the probability that each of these worker types are choosing the specific occupation sector. Then we can integrate over the ability distribution Z, and finally also aggregate across both genders, and that will give us the total human capital units that are being supplied to each occupation sector. Now, this total human capital supply is going to be used by representative firms in each sector who are aggregating these inputs in the Cobb-Douglas production function to produce sectoral output. So in particular, the profit function here is just equal to the revenue in each sector, prices times output, minus the wage bill that they have to pay. So for each human capital unit in each occupation that the sector is employing, they have to pay the wage rate WOG. We have to sum across all occupations, and then we're also allowing here for a cost shifter in each sector that can capture differences in sectoral productivity. So given this production side, we can define the equilibrium as a set of sectoral prices and occupation sector wages, which ensure that workers make their optimal consumption choice and their optimal labor market choice, so choosing the optimal occupation sector. Firms in each sector will maximize profits, and the labor market has to clear in each occupation sector, as well as good markets have to clear for each sector. So now we're calibrating and estimating the model in order to perform counterfactual. And as a first step, we need to parameterize the ability distribution and estimate these returns to ability. So recall here that each individual's income will depend on their individual ability units, the returns to ability in this occupation sector, as well as the wage rate that they're receiving. And here I'm just taking the logs of this expression to make it additive. Now for the calibration, we're assuming that ability is going to be log normally distributed. And we're also assuming that we can approximate ability by the observed years of schooling in the data. And these assumptions will allow us to calibrate the mean and the variance of this log normal distribution separately for each country year from the observed schooling distribution that we see in our microdata set. It also allows me then to estimate these returns to ability, this kappa parameter here, by estimating the equation that you see at the top of the slide by OLS. So specifically for each country year and for each gender, we can regress individual income on individual years of schooling. And then we can include occupation sector fixed effect to take care of the wage rates. And then the estimated coefficient will give us an estimate of these kappas at the country year gender level. And here we're also following the literature of Fenn, Peters, and Silibot. The next step, the next parameters or set of parameters that we need to calibrate is related to our preferences. So first we have the figured preferences. Here we need to estimate the omega j, which captures the fixed share in the fixed part of the expenditure shares in each sector, as well as the new j, which covers how expenditure shares in each sector change with an increase or decrease in real income. And those parameters we're going to estimate by indirect inference within our model structure, in particular by targeting the relationship that we see between the observed sectoral expenditure shares at the country year level in our data and the real income of each country year that we can construct with our model. And by running a regression of those objects in for each country year, we can estimate, or we can target the coefficients, which will be these omegas and the mu. The remaining parameters of the preference side we're going to take from the literature, in particular the eta from the bigger preferences, the CS preferences over home services and market services, which aggregate up to the overall service share, and also the variance of the occupational preference shocks, something we're also taking from the literature from Shi and co-authors. Now, of course, the important object of the paper is also to quantify these gender barriers, and we are calibrating those separately for each country year. And in particular, the female wage discrimination can be calibrated by targeting the gender gap in the wage data. So we observe in the data the average wages in each occupation sector that women are earning per hour compared to men. And since this is observed in the data, this is linked to wage discrimination that women are experiencing, but also for differences in the human capital that they're supplying to each sector. So here on the right-hand side, we have the gender ratio of average human capital that women compared to men are supplying to each occupation sector. So we need to adjust these observed wage gaps by the observed human capital gap. And the human capital gap is something that we can construct in our model, given the occupational choices and given the ability sorting within our model. And then we can just divide that over here to the left-hand side, and we will get an expression of wage discrimination in each occupation sector that can perfectly fit this gender gap in wages for each other. In a similar way, we're proceeding with the calibration of these gender norms or the utility cost that women and men have to pay for working in each specific occupation sector. And here we're calibrating that by targeting the occupational choice data. So in the data, we observe the share of men and the share of women who choose to work in a given occupation sector. In our model, that share is linked to the utility that they're receiving from real income. And the real income, of course, will depend on their sectoral choices. And it's also linked to the utility costs that men and women have to pay when working in this occupation sector. So again, by using the shares from the data and by constructing this real income and indirect utility term in our model, we can then back out these utility costs as a residual to perfectly fit the observed employment shares in each occupation sector and for each gender. And all of these parameters, including the pickle preferences, are going to be estimated with an iterative procedure in our estimation algorithm. And yeah, so we're until all of these parameters converge and all model conditions are matched with the data that we're targeting. So with this overview of the estimation and calibration, I'm now going to talk a little bit about the results that we are seeing. So in terms of the model fit, first of all, the wage discrimination that we are backing out for each occupation sector and for each country year of our sample are highly correlated with the wage gaps in the data, because these are also the objects in the data that we're targeting directly in the calibration. However, also to validate the model with data outside of the model, we are regressing those wage discrimination measures on indicators from the Women, Business and Law database that is assembled by the World Bank, and that measures outcomes like gender equality in the workplace or gender norms across countries. And we see a large correlation here. So if the indicators seem to imply a better stand of women in the legal code of those countries, we also see that there's less wage discrimination applied by our model structure that we're calibrating. Similar for the social norms or these utility costs that different genders have to pay in each occupation sector, we see that those are highly correlated with occupational choices in the data. Again, that is the moment that we're also directly targeting in our calibration. So in addition to also find a validation of outside model moments, we are again regressing them on indicators of gender norms, mobility, or job search constraints for women that were sampled by the same database. And we can find a correlation between our estimates in the model and the indicators from the Women, Business and Law database. And so finally, we're also doing a relatively good job at matching the sectoral expenditure shares across countries and over time by estimating these bigger preferences from that relationship. Now, let me talk about or present to you the results that we're getting on the TAUs for the different occupation sectors. So here I can present you similar pictures as we did in the motivating facts. So I can show you here. I show you here on the left-hand side the CDF of 1 minus tau, so wage discrimination. And I show you how this changes in high-income countries compared to low-income countries. So first, we observe that there's still also almost in all occupation sectors, so about 90%, there is some wage discrimination. So per effective human capital unit, a woman is receiving less of a pay than men, and that is still also in the high-income countries of our sample. That is still the case for 90% of all occupation sectors. However, we do see improvements here in high-income countries compared to low-income countries, especially at the bottom part of this distribution. Now, if we want to see how these changes are performing for specific occupation sector pairs, we can again look at the heat map that shows us the percentage change in the wage discrimination parameter tau in high-income compared to low-income countries. So here we see that, so a negative number means a decrease in wage discrimination, and we see here that especially in many manufacturing occupations, we actually saw a decrease in wage discrimination in higher income countries compared to lower income countries. So for example, for professionals, the wage discrimination decreases by 40%, for clerks also by 65%. And we still see a lot of heterogeneity though across occupation sector pairs. And interestingly, we also see many occupation sectors where actually wage discrimination is higher in high income countries compared to low income countries per human capital units after controlling for sorting and stability within our model. We can also look at this over time, and it looks relatively similar with maybe slightly larger gains in the occupations of the service sector. Now, to explain our data of these changes in the average wage gaps per across genders, wage discrimination is one part, but the other one is also these changes in the average human capital, which can represent a lot of economic forces that can happen over time. So what I'm showing you here is a decomposition that explains how the gender wage gap over time changes, which can be decomposed in the effect of changes in wage discrimination and these changes in the human capital gap across genders. So we are we're averaging here all of these three terms across occupation sectors, and then we're comparing over time, over the decades, how important the two drivers are for explaining the changes in the average wage gaps. So we're taking this average first for the decades 60 to 80, then 80 to 2000, and then for the after 2000. And the first bar chart here is telling us that that on average the wage gap across genders decreases by 20%. However, a large part, only a very small part of that is driven by changes in discrimination. So only here 10%, so only this white small bar comes from decreases in wage discrimination, while the large part is explained by changes in the gender gap of average human capital. However, if you go to the next period, so the sample after 2000, the ratio overall increases by 30%. However, now a large part of that is explained by wage discrimination, in particular 40% of the overall change. And that represents the complete additional gain from the 2000s or 90s to the sample in the after 2000s. So part of the story here seems to be that at first, over time, comparing the 70s to the 90s, we see more women moving into the market and also doing a better job at sorting across occupations. So they're able to supply a more effective human capital units to the market relative to men. So most of the increases here in the average wage gap are, or the average wage ratio, are given by improvements in sorting and more human capital that is being supplied by women to the market. However, they're not yet getting an equal pay for that. However, it seems that in the next period, then after they have the human capital has been increased by women, they're also asking for more gender parity in the pay per human capital unit. So all of the additional gains between the after 2000s compared to the 90s here are driven by a decrease in wage discrimination. We can show similar results also for the other gender barrier, for these utility costs that are or the gender differences that cause men and women to have a different utility of working across occupations. And here again, I can compute the difference between men and women in those utility costs for each occupation sectors, and I can show CDF for high income and low income countries. So we see, first of all, that the differences here are very large across men and women. So 0 would mean that they have the same preferences or the same amenities for working in in each occupation. However, the differences are very large. We see some improvements. The sample of high-income countries has slightly lower differences than low-income countries, but the difference seems to be relatively small. If we want to look again at the heat map for specific occupation sector pairs, we see that the largest decrease in gender norms seem to be driven in occupations in the service sector, especially in the professionals in the service sector. We see a very large decrease in the gap of utility costs. So preference seems to be converging across genders, across clerks and service rate workers. That's also the case, and to a lesser extent also for plant and machine workers. However, for other occupations, it actually seems to decrease very little, or even the differences across genders even seem to increase. When we look over time, we see that there are also we see similar patterns, but the largest increase are driven over time in the professional sectors in manufacturing as well as in services. I can now again do a decomposition where we can say where we can decompose the employment share in home services into two components, one being the differences in utility costs across occupation sectors, and one being other economic forces that come from differences in real income. If we average those again across occupation sectors and then show the changes over time, we see here that in 1980 to 2000, the employment share in home services decreased by 30%. And a third of that, so 30% of that, they're driven by these changes in gender norms and different gender differences across occupations. And the remainder is explained by other economic forces that come from, that are summarized here by real income. However, if I go to the sample after the 2000s, we see overall that the employment share in home services decreased by 55%, and more than half of that is explained by changes in gender norms. So it seems that really across time, the changes in gender norms have become more important in our sample after 2000s in terms of explaining the entry of women into the labor force compared to the decades before. Now, one thing to note about those two decompositions is that we are here just computing sort of a static decomposition, so we're only looking at the direct effects. So we're not taking into account the general equilibrium effect. Of course, if I would change wage discrimination, or if I would change the utility cost of men and women for working in different occupations, in general equilibrium, the sorting of men and women changes, which has effects on wages and has effects on prices. However, here we're kind of only looking at the direct effects, but in our other counterfactuals, or we want to take into account because, from our estimated model, how important those indirect effects would be in addition. Because it's still relatively work in progress and preliminary work, I'm not going to show you the results of counterfactuals today, even though we coded them up and we have some numbers, but we're still refining the estimation procedures. So I think it is more meaningful at this point to discuss the counterfactuals that we're planning to perform, and then we would be also very interested in hearing your feedback on the most relevant next steps in terms of the model structure and the counterfactuals. So counterfactuals that we think are very interesting is first we can look within countries over time. So that exercise would be similar to the paper by Xi and co-authors for the United States, where they look for the effect of gender barriers on growth. But in addition to that, we could also talk about structural transformation and changes across sectors. So this exercise would involve keeping the gender barriers constant at the first year that we're observing for each country in the data. And then we can estimate for each country the hypothetical path of sectoral employment and sectoral output over time. And with that, we can quantify how important was gender discrimination or gender norms for explaining differences in structural transformation as well as aggregate productivity. However, another set of interesting counterfactuals for this paper is, I think, to look also across countries and across regions. So one possibility here would be to equalize or even eliminate gender barriers across all countries and over time. And then we could quantify the effects of this equalization on differences across countries. For example, we could say if gender barriers were the same across the world, how similar or how different or similar would be sectoral employment shares or sectoral productivity or sectoral output. And here in particular, I think it would be interesting to look across regions or countries. And there's been a lot of recent work that has, for example, emphasized that countries have very heterogeneous paths of structural transformation, and in particular of industrialization. So papers have shown that the currently emerging countries are deindustrializing sooner at lower levels of economic development and are moving sooner into the service sector. So one important question could be, is this premature or early deindustrialization in those countries may be driven by economic forces like sectoral productivity or income effects, or is this driven potentially also by differences in gender norms and wage discrimination of women in those countries compared to other regions? And of course, we could also compare across countries to what extent those gender barriers can explain differences in labor force participation or other gender outcomes. So just to conclude, before we enter the discussion, we have shown that there are very large gender differences in occupation and sector choices, and also in average wages for the given occupation sectors. We did see a convergence in gender outcomes across some dimensions as countries got richer. These convergences vary a lot across occupations. We've seen the largest gains in the service sector and also in the high-skilled or professional occupations. And then we developed and estimated a structural model that can incorporate the economic channels, such as the sorting based on comparative advantage, but that can also incorporate gender barriers via wage discrimination and social norms. In terms of next steps, we want to refine the estimation and our counterfactual analysis. We are still expanding the data set as well with additional country years. And I think in terms of the model structure, we're interested in focusing a little more also in incorporating gender differences in schooling, in particular, potentially through an endogenous schooling choice, which would obviously respond to expected returns to schooling in the labor market. So if discrimination in high skill sectors goes down for women, they have more incentive to accumulate human capital because they're more likely to be able to use that human capital in the labor market in a more efficient and more rewarding way. And the other thing that we want to emphasize, or that we still want to work on, is also to estimate differential productivity between men and women in certain occupation sectors, so to allow for some sort of a comparative advantage. In the estimation for now, we are allowing for different returns to ability or to schooling across occupation sectors for men and women, but we also want to think about more exogenous characteristics of occupation sectors that can lead to a comparative advantage, in particular, for example, the brown intensity of occupation. So with this, thank you so much all for participating, and we're very much looking forward to your comments and also your thoughts on the most relevant next steps.
Thank you very much. A very nice presentation, and we have quite a lot of time for discussion. So the floor is open. I haven't seen any raised hand yet, so I'm going to just ask Marcus to ask because you are the last message there, and then Nisi can follow with the question. Okay, Marcus, do you want to ask your question?
Yes, thanks, Rachel. Yes, sometimes the last will be first. So I might just have missed something here. So this paper, so by the way, very nice and interesting presentation, and of course, very much in the spirit of STEG, right? And my question is about the structural change aspect here. So you're aiming to match the allocation of employment by gender across sectors and occupations, right? And we know from the literature on structural change, that there are a bunch of channels that, even if we only look at sectors, that matter for that. In particular, differences in productivity growth across sectors. And maybe I just missed this, but I wonder if you have those and how you infer them. And then similarly, like, since you're interested in occupations, you would need that for occupations too, I suppose, right? So I was wondering how you deal with that.
Yeah, so for occupations, it's not in the model right now. For sector productivity, we're allowing for cost shifters here on the wage side. Well, for occupations, to start off with, we are using here the Cobb-Douglas production function. So we are conditional on solving for the effective human capital units in each occupation sector. We can back out the intensity of that by which this occupation is used in the production in each sector. So these gamma parameters are going to be backed out for each occupation sector and for each country year. So they're allowed to change over time and across countries. We could also change this production function to a CS form or a more general form, which could allow for different productivity of human capital in each occupation. And they're then backed out kind of as a residual after we're solving for the sorting and the average human capital that is implied by each occupation sector. Or right now, the gammas are estimated by the expenditure shares of each sector on each occupation in terms of the wage bill. For the sectoral productivity, what we do for now is we allow for this shifted KJ here that shifts the effective costs of inputs. And we've thought about this quite a bit, but we think this is or at least for the calibration, it seems to be the easiest way of integrating differences in sectoral productivity across countries and also across time. And that is something that can be basically backed out just as a residual after the whole estimation. Just from the zero profit condition. So we observe in the data, we observe perfectly the wages that are paid to all workers. So that is something that we're matching perfectly for each occupation sector in each country year. And since revenues is also then observable in our or computable in our model structure, it implies if we have a zero profit condition that we can back out this KJ as a residual for each sector and for all country years, basically. And this would capture the changes over time and across countries in productivity, which of course matters a lot for the counterfactuals. So it doesn't matter here for the sorting, because as long as I know how much each worker is gaining in a given occupation sector, they don't care if they're gaining this wage, why they're gaining it, why they're getting this particular wage. But then, of course, for counterfactuals and the resorting and changes in prices and wages in general equilibrium, we need to take those into account, those K-shifters. But we also, it's something that we thought about a lot, and we also thought about bringing in value-added data and try to clean those data sets for different countries. But the availability and the comparability over time and countries for value-added didn't seem large enough in terms of coverage, so that we refrained from doing that. But if in this audience, which has worked a lot with this data, if there are any people who have thoughts on this particular issue, that would be also very helpful.
Nisi, please.
Okay, thanks a lot for a nice presentation. So two related questions. One is, what allows you to identify or separate the gender discrimination from social norms in the data? The second one, did you try to compare your estimates for across countries or over time with surveys or other indirect evidence on, or direct or indirect evidence on gender norms? Thank you.
Yeah. So the social norms and wage discrimination are identified separately by two different data moments. So one is the occupational share, so the extent to which people are sorting into any given occupation, which is driven by both things, by the wages that they're earning there, as well as the norms or the utility costs they have to pay in this occupation sector. And then also the second data moment that we're bringing in is the average wage per hour that men and women are earning in that occupation. And then those two data moments allow us to separately identify the direct wage effect, conditional on the human capital units, as well as the utility cost from the sorting. So for the second question, so this was basically the way in which it's identified. We observe in the data the wage gap. We can adjust for human capital here, get the wage discrimination, and then get it the social norms from the occupational choice data that we're observing. So both of those data moments are relevant. For the validation outside of the model, what we're doing is we're regressing wage discrimination on indicators from the women business and law database. So for example, here, that database, which is assembled by the World Bank, asks question and also looks through the legal code of countries to find indicators on gender equality at the workplace and among other market outcomes. So for example, how easy is it for women to get a job? Can they work in all jobs? Can they work in dangerous jobs? Can they work at night? Can they work in industrial jobs? So is there anything in the law kind of prohibiting those things? As well as is discrimination explicitly prohibited or not? Is equal remuneration in the legal code mandated or not? And here we find that all of these indicators, so a larger number of those indicators needs more equality based on the database, and all of these are negatively correlated and significant with our discrimination measure. So we have less discrimination in countries and years which are doing a better job at giving gender parity in the legal code. And we do the same also for social norms, selecting different indicators from the database that indicate mobility and job search constraints. And here we also find correlations in terms of validation outside the model.
Thanks.
Juliette?
Hi, Diana and Warab, very, very nice paper. So I just had a question about how you think of the issue that you have. You know, the occupational data here is very aggregated. So a lot of what you're looking at when you're saying that there are social norm disparities is really the fact that within occupations, there is a lot of sorting of females and men that you just don't get to see because the data is very aggregated. I know that in the cross-country study, you're not going to be able to dig deeper, but when you look at, say, long-time horizons for the US, you see a lot of heterogeneity within those broad sectors. And it so happened that those broad sectors that you have there are very highly correlated with the skill level of the worker. So it would be, you know, first of all, I want to get your thoughts on how do you think about aggregation here, and the fact that you're looking at very aggregated sectors and this occupations. And the second thing is, I just wanted to, you know, to emphasize, I think it would be really nice to put the feedback into that thinks about human capital accumulation and kind of the barriers interacting to that, because a lot of what, given that you have these very aggregated occupations, a lot of that is picking up skill disparities, I think.
Yeah, I agree. First of all, of course, we would like to disaggregate occupations as much as we can. Kind of the focus of this paper compared to other papers in the literature is to even include the occupational dimension at all within sectors. So we are definitely very sympathetic with the way that you're going. The more disaggregated, the better it would be. And of course, if all women in manufacturing are secretaries, or if they're all managers, and if there's a change across that dimension over time, that's exactly what we want to capture. So at this broad level, from secretary to managers, that's we can capture, but at a finer level, right now, of course, we don't have very detailed occupational data, exactly like you're saying, because we want to make it comparable across countries. So for now, we're relying on the harmonized occupation codes in IPUMS, which harmonizes these across all countries. We could, of course, for a selected subset of countries, use a finer aggregation. So, of course, the Kleno and Hurst Jones paper for the US is using the country-specific US occupational distribution, which allows then a much finer breakout. So we could try to harmonize maybe that occupational distribution with a couple other countries, probably not with all of them, but with a couple, and maybe see how different the results would be if we allow for even more sorting on comparative advantage at a finer unit. But there's definitely limits in the data on what we could do. Another limiting factor here is also just the sample size. So if you slice up, especially for smaller countries and especially for women, if you slice the occupations too small, we're going to just have 2 women who work as managers in manufacturing in 1960 in Panama. And taking the average wages of these 2 women, or the occupation share of these 2 women, is kind of giving us potentially very noisy estimates. And unfortunately, we need all of these cells to back out our wedges, our discrimination, and our norms. So literally, these observations matter at this occupation sector cell level. So that also is another limiting factor. But I'm very, I think for a couple of the countries.
Can I reboot to this? The reason why I think this is important is because you could think, kind of going back to the old discussion of brown versus brain, when you go more disaggregated, there might be, there might be comparative advantage of females doing some certain work relative to men, and now you're gonna, so what I'm worried is that you're putting into this thing that you're calling social norms or distortions or discrimination, things that have to do really with differential comparative advantage.
Yeah, that's something we also want to investigate more for the Brown intensity. So what we're doing now is we're allowing for different returns to schooling in different occupations. So that's allowed to vary by gender, and that's something we can estimate because we observe also the schooling distribution across genders. But the Brown intensity is something we also want to incorporate in the model. And your other question also about the skill levels and the human capital accumulation, I think that's something that we can definitely or want to incorporate in the model, because we observe the schooling choices of men and women, and we can then estimate some cost of schooling in the same spirit as the paper by Xi and Coasis does, and allow for a cost of education, and then the expected returns of education, as you also mentioned, it would of course depend on all of these outcomes, which include the gender barriers. So if you reduce gender barriers and social norms and make it more attractive for women to start into managerial and high-skilled jobs, of course, we would also expect schooling choices to differ. That right now, maybe women find it less attractive to go to school in some countries because they know that they don't have an opportunity to get returns on these years of schooling in the labor market. But by endogenizing education and modeling a cost of education and expected returns of education, which are already basically in the model structure, we could also allow for this endogenous margin in the counterfactual. So that's on the to-do list.
Vincent, you want to ask your question?
Okay, so hi, Tanzania and Gaurav. Yeah, I mean, this very interesting work. So the Gaurav already answered my question on the chat, but I want to just share a few more thoughts. So my question was again about this gender-specific, the comparative advantage across the occupation and the sector. It is really challenging, even though we have a brief idea about this brown versus brain, it is really challenging to quantify the exact amount of the comparative advantage. So at least what I did in my paper was introducing the US 2010 as of today as a normalization. So meaning that, so all the gender, the variables are defined relative to whatever it is remain in the US these days. So this may not be satisfactory in the exercise because I see that you still want to quantify the remaining, the discrimination in the US as of today. But this approach, any level effect you still observe from the recent data, it's going to be now interpreted as the comparative advantage. And it is also consistent to the Shankland, the 2009, the paper reducing the level of the wedges in the India and the China to the level of the US. So yeah, I just want to just share some thoughts with you. Yeah. So, and yeah, thank you for the great presentation.
Yeah, no, that's a very good thought. You're of course aware of your paper as well on the similar topic. Yeah, I think using the US as 2010 is sort of undistorted or is giving us information of that's what you're doing, right? Of comparative advantage would be a potential way of doing this without trying to gather data on brown intensity or other things like that, which are very hard to do. So we should think about that dimension probably. Thank you.
Is there any more questions? Okay, I see there's more activity on chat. While we wait, I actually have one more question, which I think will be more to do with the quantitative that you are doing. So you look at the home sector, basically with the residual, which is out of labor force. And then when you put it in your model, you put it as a, the usual CES people do for the home and market services. But that estimate, that elasticity, you should cite Aguirre and Hurst, not us. So they're the one who do the data work. But when people do that kind of work, they usually really look at some, time use data or, some specific measure. So for the result you present, you mentioned it's only for 13 countries. So for those 13 countries, would it be possible for you to have a measure of home production time versus leisure time? So you can break down that residual into home production and the leisure. Because the reason I'm saying is from some observation, for example, when we work at the 19th century US data to the early 20th century US data, we see that there is a big change in that composition between leisure and home production. So women actually have more increase in leisure time compared to men up to the early 20th century. But it's mainly quantitative result effect. But I don't know for the smaller set of countries whether you can separate it.
Yeah, we should look into that. We haven't looked at the time use data yet, but the other thing you mentioned is the changes over time. So we should capture that probably not only for the 13 countries, but then also for our 50 country year observations, because we also allow for the time dimensions. Plus we're currently expanding the data set, but again, just verifying it in a couple of selected countries for which the data is available, I think would be very, very valuable, because we're not capturing, if you're at home, we're not capturing if you're in leisure, like you're saying, or if you're actually working in the house. And then the other thing is that we do have the CS production function, as Aguirre and Hurst and your papers are using. But that implies that the expenditure shares are the same on market and home services, right, as countries for richer. So I also wondered myself if that assumption is sort of okay, or if people tend to believe also that that home services is something that is decreasing as income of countries increases. But for now, we're just relying on the literature. But also, if there are other thoughts on that.
But no, I think with the CS that you use with the good with the elasticity of substitution equal to 2, which is bigger than 1, you should observe the home services is falling, given you will have assumed the productivity growth in the market is faster. Yeah, so you will
that we see, but it's still homothetic. But it's still a homothetic preference on those.
No, you can get the changes from both the income effect, which is the non-homothetic part, or the substitution effect simply from productivity growth.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Paco, you were a few times I saw you unmute. Wanted to ask, do you want to ask something?
Now we can't hear you.
You're still a bit muted. Okay, his lack of equipment.
We'll just wait.
But he has.
Or you can put in the chat, of course, the question if you have any, and someone can.
Okay. Yeah. So is there any more question? We have very exciting discussion. I'm sure they have loads to work at. There are lots of suggestions in the chats and in the discussion. Right. So it has been really useful and exciting. Is there any other question? Okay, if no, we have very long 2 hours, so I think people should take a break, and then we will have the breakout room for our speed run. I'm going to ask Mandy to give us some instruction about the breakout room, and then you can join the breakout room and come back to this common room for the paper presentation. So I will give to Mandy.
Thank you, everyone.
Sorry, I forgot that I have my mic in my laptop doesn't work. So I forgot I had to use my.
Do you want to ask your question?
No, I just was a comment on the aggregation and how to join different data. And this is literature it's like most common in mixed frequency BRs. People in time series have been thinking a lot about how to use information that comes in different frequencies. And there's a lot of, they had to think hard about how to do the aggregation and how to do structurally the aggregation and so on and so forth. So it could be cool to do a version of that for what you guys are doing. They involve potential using different aggregation levels.
I see.
But we cannot force you to think of how I think in the model a different level of aggregation structurally. And what is the right way to learn from these different data sets.
I see. Do you have a reference for that word?
It's a huge, all my knowledge comes from when I was a colleague of Alejandro Justiniano at the Chicago Fed, but he was working a lot on that. But it's mostly time series. So people say, well, you have data at the quarterly level, at the yearly level, some data comes at the weekly level, even some data comes at the daily level. And you want to forecast, but then you would like to use all of that together. Oftentimes what you do is just look at only quarterly data. Basically, why you will do that, you should be able to put all that together. It happened to me, it's not trivially how to do that, but the same is true for you. You have some countries that you can have harmonized at some aggregation level, but some of the other countries you have a lot more richness. So why? It sounds to be like a loss to say, oh no, I'm gonna throw all that information. So it should be, we should be able to, especially when some of that information was to use in some other work, and you want to compare more closely with those papers. So it's a thought.
Yeah, thanks, Bill.
We have one last question from Louis Fox. Louis, do you wanted to ask your question? Because I also think I am also curious.
Hello there. I'm unmuted, right?
Yes.
Great. I just, the census data undermeasure labor force participation, and that's correlated with income. So at the lowest levels of income, they're really undermeasuring labor force participation, especially for women, because they don't do a good job of asking the question and really screening for labor force participation. And so the question is whether how you think that is affecting your estimates. You've aggregated a lot into high income and low income. I'm not sure where the dividing line is. You know, I'm not sure where a country like Chile sits, since they were low income, you know, in 1980, maybe middle income in 1980 and high income now. But I just wondered if you've thought about that question at all, and also that whole question about how you assign countries to groups, given that they may move over the time period. Thanks.
Yeah, so for the statistics that we're reporting, we actually used only our last available time observation for countries. So we would only have Chile in the last available data set, and we just categorizing them based on the top tertile and the bottom two-thirds in terms of high and low income countries. But for your other question, so we also have the IPOMS data set also has a lot of labor force surveys, so they do a better job at capturing informality and labor force participation of women, and sometimes give us information of business income or household businesses, which we then also classify as working in a occupation sector compared to homework. But overall, yeah, we are a little limited here by the data in the years where we only have census data. But Gaurav has also done a lot of work on that. So
yeah, if I can quickly add, I mean, I think there are two things. That one is that we can, for some countries, we have censuses as well as say the LSMS or something, if it covers the same country in the same time period. Louis, we can definitely check that. I think that's important to check just in case like how much that gap is. And in many cases, we just have sample surveys where I think at least to the extent that the data is available, the representation would be better. So yeah, so that's definitely one check that we can do. And as Tatiana said, I think the classification of countries is based on after 2000. So that's a static thing across time. Whether that's the best measure, I don't know. Like we can look at alternative measures of classifying countries, but at least that's not changing over time. So Chile would always be classified in one bin and not move across time.
Okay, great. So we will end this paper. We thank both speakers. It was an amazing presentation.
Okay, I see 11:40. Should we get going, Doug?
Yeah, I think so. Let's go ahead and start. And thanks for chairing the session, Julieta.
Thanks, thanks Idoso for agreeing to give this talk. So we're gonna do 40 minutes and 20 minutes of discussion at the end. He has no co-author here, so I would say I'm happy to pick up questions if there are some in the chat, and if you have clarifying questions that are not gonna, you know, interrupt the flow, we can definitely take those. Otherwise, I'll just collect questions from the chat and interrupt every now and then, or collect them for the end. Okay, so either so, you know, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for giving me the chance to present my paper in this conference. The title of the paper is Time Delays at the Border, Macroeconomic Consequences for Sub-Saharan African Economies. This is one of my PhD projects under the supervision of Imo Schott, to whom I'm highly grateful to guiding me through this project. In the literature on macro development, it has been documented that there exists a strong positive correlation between border administration efficiency and economic development. Most papers in this literature are policy papers like the World Economic Forum, the African Development Bank, and the World Bank, but there are also some academic papers like Jankov and co-author in 2010 and Blonigen and Wilson that look at this question of how does border administration efficiency affect economic development? The question has been analyzed through international trade framework, and the answer is that border administration inefficiency acts like a non-tariff barrier to trade by and therefore limit the volume of trade. And through trade, it can have a final impact on the aggregate economy. In this paper, I'm going to highlight another mechanism by looking at the direct effect of border delays on the supply capacity of the firm through its effect on input disruption at the firm level. So I use data from the World Bank Enterprise Survey and the UN Comtrade, and I document that there exists the proportion of imported input in sub-Saharan African countries is quite large, and that most of this imported input is constituted of material and intermediate goods, which is important for the question I'm looking at in this paper. And also that it takes longer time to clear input through customs in sub-Saharan African countries compared to in other countries in the world. Well, why do we care about border delays? There is a business manager that complained in the business year in 2018 saying that as a manufacturer, one of our biggest headache is with the supply chain. We have a situation where we have to order materials 3 months or 6 months ahead because of clearing delays. So this sounds like he's bothered by the border delays that they go through in Nigeria. In fact, border delays or delays in general can prove costly for firms because of many reasons. One of them is input disruption that can affect the production plan of the firm. And a linked reason is uncertainty that can come from the input disruption risk. And uncertainty can also affect the demand that the firm is facing. There are many other channels through which the delays can affect the firms, like increase cost of keeping inventories and even additional costs in supplier and client relationship management. I show indeed in the data, in the case of sub-Saharan African countries, that there is a negative correlation between the average border delay and the GDP per capita. So my objective in this paper is to assess the effect of time delays at customs on input in general, employment and capital accumulation in the economy at the aggregate level, on production and on welfare as measured by consumption. To do so, my strategy is to build a general equilibrium model of heterogeneous firms that accumulate capital in the model. In the model, capital motion is subject to random delivery process that I will explain later. And then I calibrate the model to the data where the benchmark model is the one with the time delays we observe in the data. And I use then the model as a laboratory to simulate a counterfactual scenario in which time delays is eliminated. What do I find? I find first, analytically, that input delays lower the net present value of investments in foreign input, and the negative effect of input delays is higher when the interest rate is higher. In the numerical analysis, I find that in presence of border delays, firms tend to hold inputs in order to mitigate the effects of uncertainty. But the repetition of input disruption amount to a negative aggregate effects on the foreign input in the long run equilibrium due to disruption. This negative effect spills over to other factors like labor and local capital, but this depends on the substitutability with the foreign capital. Quantitatively speaking, the effect is quite large. When I do this numerical exercise for each single country, I find that eliminating the border delays induce an increase in output ranging from 0.06% in Angola to more than 10% in Chad. I will be brief about the literature, but I will mention the literature on time to trade pioneered by Kidland and Prescott 1982, which is a famous paper. Generally in this paper, it is assumed consistently with what we see in the real world, that a new investment is not immediately productive, but it may take some time before a new investment becomes productive. Different from my paper, the horizon of the maturity period of an investment is certain, it is known in advance, and an even proportion of the investment plan is made each period. So in this kind of analysis, time to build doesn't bear uncertainty. There is also a brand of literature related to production chain and input disruption, where input disruption can emerge endogenously, like in Mayer, where he studies input disruption from search and match frictions in the US, but also there are exogenous reasons of input disruption, like in Boehm et al. 2019 and Barrow and Savaya. The exogenous reason for input disruption are natural disasters and other reasons like the late COVID-19 pandemic. So in the rest of my time, I will talk about the data and the facts, and then I will explain the model in quite detail. And then I will discuss my analytical and quantitative results. And in my conclusion, I will, in the last part, I will give also an overview of a complementary project that focus not only on the macro aggregate effect as I do in this paper, but also on the distributional effects and the effect of the border delay on farm dynamics and misallocation of factors with my supervisor. The primary source of data that I use is the World Bank Enterprise Survey. This is a cross-sectional farm level data, and the samples are deemed to be representative of the formal non-agricultural private sector. The survey is repeated for some countries, and the framework of the survey is normalized across countries. So this data is not representative of the economy as a whole, but it is representative of the formal universe of the firm. I also use some data for UN Comtrade to compute the structure of input being imported, and some aggregate data from the World Development Indicator database for variables like real GDP per capita. So from this data, I found that the proportion of imported inputs is quite large in sub-Saharan African countries, for 41 of them between 2009 and 2018. The average proportion ranges from 14% to 63%, the average being 39 and the median 41. This demonstrated that there is an important input linkage between firms for sub-Saharan Africa and the rest of the world. What is the structure of the input being imported? We don't have answer for this question from the World Bank Enterprise Survey, but I use data on importation of input from the UN Comtrade to disaggregate the data into material input and capital good. And what I find is that the proportion of materials and intermediate goods is quite large. It ranges from 43% to 78%, with an average of 63% and the median of 62%. So material input and intermediate dominate the imported input in general. However, it takes longer time to clear input throughout customs, and this is measured in the World Bank Enterprise Survey by this question. In the last fiscal year, when this establishment imported material input or supplies, how many days did it take on average from the time these goods arrived to the point of entry until the time these goods could be claimed? So clearly, this measure is abstracting from any other source of time or delay that is pertaining to importation of inputs, like search time search and match times, and also transportation either abroad or inside the country. The data that the answer to this question generate look at like this. This is the distribution per country and for different countries from some surrounding African country. What we can see, first of all, is that there is a large amount of heterogeneity within country and across country in terms of border delays in sub-Saharan Africa. There is a non-negligible probability that the input that has already arrived at the point of entry for a given country exceed 80 to more than 100 days before the firm can claim that. For comparison, the average border delay is around 2.6 days in Sweden and Turkey, less than 5 days in Spain and Germany, and between 6 days and 7 days in Italy, Thailand, and Belgium. So we can say that border delays in sub-Saharan Africa is several order of magnitude higher than what we can see in other parts of the world.
So can I ask you a clarifying question?
Sure.
Something about, I was wondering if you could look at the sector in which these firms are operating, just to see if when you are looking at, when you're comparing, say, Burundi to Switzerland, what you're really looking at is firms that are importing the same type of goods or not. It might take longer because they're importing different goods than what a firm in Switzerland is doing.
Yes, this is a good question. Actually, I looked at the different pattern across sectors. This is for all sectors, including retail and services. But building activities tend to have a higher, but except that, I don't see significant heterogeneity across sector for some countries that look at this question. So whenever I talk about the border delay, people ask me what are the reasons why border delays are so large in sub-Saharan African countries. I must say first that my paper does not focus on the why in the first place, but I take the border delays as given in my model that I will explain later. But I have, of course, things to say about the why. First of all, from the literature, many reasons justify or explains the longer delays at border in sub-Saharan Africa, but the most important is red tape. For example, there is a case study done by the African Development Bank in 2012, and they found out that in Africa, the average customs transaction involved 20 to 30 different parties, 40 documents, 200 data elements, 30 of which is repeated at least 30 times, and the rekeying of 60 to 70% of all data at least once. This is a description of administrative hurdles or red tape. In the same line, Jacob and co-authors in 2010 found in the case of Uganda that the red tape accounts for more than 75% of export delays in this country, the rest being attributed to corruption and infrastructure problems. And Montaya and Parent in 2012 identified some the same reasons for border delays, including red tape, redundant inspection, deficient infrastructures. In addition, the World Economic Forum assesses the efficiency of the customs administration since a while, and they have a framework that assesses the efficiency of the border administration along many dimensions. And in 2012, there is 28 sub-Saharan African countries that have been included in the sample of 132 countries, and these countries ranked on average 100 over the sample, and they score on average of 3.2 on a scale of 1 to 7, where 7 is the most efficient border administration. And using the index, the joint trade index, I also found a negative correlation between the efficiency of the border administration, the measure, and the average border delay that I computed from the World Bank Enterprise Survey. So this gives me a fair background to assume later that from the perspective of the firm, the border delays is quite exogenous.
So Callum has a question. Callum, do you want to bring it up?
Sorry?
Callum Hamilton had a question on the chat.
Oh, okay.
I can do, but I'm also happy to hold to the end if you would.
I just thought it was clarifying on the causes of these inputs.
Sure, but maybe I could expand it. So I was curious if, so you find this pattern of inputs actually having longer custom delays than final goods, which surprised me a little bit. And I wondered if that was the case generally, or shall we say, how much that may be dependent on trade policy, because if some countries have import substitution trade policies explicitly, meaning they try to reduce these barriers on intermediate inputs, among other policy elements. And if it was possible to subdivide these countries by their trade policy and see maybe if that empirical fact was not the case in those import substitution countries, it might also provide an opportunity for how this question might be tested empirically rather than through model calibration. Because if you had countries with a comparison group of countries with import substitution policy, and therefore a decrease in barriers of intermediate inputs as opposed to final goods, and other countries which had the same barriers on final goods but more delays for intermediate goods, it would give quite reasonable comparison groups for comparing the effects on GDP per capita overall. But sorry if that's a long question for in the middle of the presentation.
Yes, thank you. This is a very nice observation. I didn't look at the border delays with respect to the trade policy status, but when we look at the causes that I just discussed, we see that there may be the correlation that you suggested, and indeed, this is a good exercise I can do later. So last, the average border delay is negatively correlated to real GDP per capita, as we can see on this graph. Within sub-Saharan African countries, the least developed in terms of real GDP per capita, like Burundi, Togo, and Mali, are having the higher average border delay, while the most developed in terms of GDP per capita, like Swaziland, Botswana, and Djibouti, are having the lower average border delay as well. So having in mind this fact, I'm turning to the model now. My model is constituted of a constant unit mass of firms producing a homogeneous good by using foreign capital, which they import local capital and labor. By the term capital here, I mean every input that is other than labor. The reason is that I need simplification for the model because I don't want too many endogenous state variables, but the structure of imported inputs is quite important, whether the imported input is capital or material goods. First of all, material goods are like capital inputs, except that the depreciation rate is 100%. So I can view material inputs as a capital good with depreciation rate of 100%. And if you think of this, a firm being subject to this border delay, if virtually or if hypothetically the depreciation rate of the imported input is 0, for example, such a firm would not suffer much from the border delays. The reason is that the firm would just place once for all a significant or a sufficient amount of the needed amount of input, of foreign input. It may take long before it is finally delivered, but once it is delivered, the firm will not suffer anymore from the border delay because it is no longer involved into this. So I will use this intuition to embed into the calibration the structure of the imported inputs, but I will not distinguish between both types of input in my model. Next, foreign input should be cleared at border before the firm can pick them. And in the model, I'm abstracting as the data does from any other additional source of delay, like a search and matching in the international market of inputs, and also transportation delays. These are likely to be endogenous to the firm choice, and I don't think it is hurting to not consider them. During the process of the clearance, the input can be delayed due to the reason we saw in the literature. But at the moment, the firm is realizing an investment. It does not know for sure when it will be delivered, but it has, based on its experience with the border administration, an imperfect knowledge that can be represented by a distribution of probability. So at the time a firm is placing the order, it has like an imperfect knowledge, a probability that it can take a week at the border, or more than 3 months at the border. The timing is as follows. At the beginning of the period, the firm has an amount of productive capital, foreign capital and local capital as well at its level, and then its highest labor and produce. After production, then there is the non-depreciated level of local and foreign capital. And this constitutes the state at this time that the firm used to place new order of investment for foreign capital and for local capital as well. The thing here is that by the start of the next period, the firm can observe whether the input has clear border or not. And depending on the realization of the stock days will determine the stock of capital that is available in the next round of production. Importantly, if we are to represent fully the investment order placement and the realization of delivery that is happening, we get a high dimension object that is impossible to solve for numerically. So I pose the assumption that at the given period, the firm receives all its outstanding order plus new investment, or it doesn't receive anything at all. And this helped me reduce the delivery process to two objects. One object is the probability of delivery or clearance border at a given time, which I suppose to be constant over time and for different enterprises, for different firms. And also the outstanding order that has been accumulated in the past becomes a state variable as well. The technology is decreasing return to scale 1 with alpha plus nu less than 1. And the capital here is a CES aggregation of local capital and foreign capital. Firms are accumulating both types of capital. Local capital does not suffer from delay because it is raised in the local economy, but foreign capital is subject to the stochastic delay process at the border, which I model as a binary variable with a probability of data that its value equal to 1. So when z equal to 1, this means that the outstanding order clears the border, and then by next period, the outstanding becomes 0. But when it doesn't clear, the new investment just added to what is outstanding. And also parallelly, the outstanding order, when it is cleared, it adds to whatever it left at the firm level. And this is used during the production process, and by next period, the non-depreciated amount is left as a state variable. So the source of heterogeneity in the model is only due to the stochastic or the idiosyncratic realization of clearance at the border. This is the only source of heterogeneity in the model. So firms are not homogeneous, but they are heterogeneous because even identical firms will have different realization of the delivery process by the border administration. So the firm problem is basically to maximize its value, knowing its state constituted of the level of foreign capital and the level of outstanding order by choosing the local capital and the new investment in foreign capital for next period. And the cost of doing that is that the firm will pay for each type of input, the local input and the foreign input. But by next period, it will have a profit that comes from production and also a continuation of value. I assume that the firm sells out its outstanding level of local capital by the end of the period and raise it again. And this allows me to not have local capital as state variable, which is a great simplification for the computation sake. The other side of the economy is constituted of one representative household that is maximizing consumption and labor and making up revenue from labor income and the dividends that is raised by the firms. The definition of equilibrium is a standard. Basically, it is a set of wage value functions and policy functions such that each agent is maximizing and the distribution of the state is consistent and constant in the steady state. So what do I get? First of all, I get some analytical results. If we pose local capital equal to 0 and normalize the labor supply to 1 and the framework that I just described, we get that the technology is just kf to the power alpha, and then we can compute the net present value of any investment that is made. If we define M at this set of probability that the order of the new investment would be delivered at a given period, with the sum of the probability being 1, then we can show that if the discounting factor beta is less than 1, then the net present value of an investment is lower when it is subject to delays than when it is not, meaning that NPVM is lower than NPV0. Also, if the higher probability in M are higher, placed further, then the net present value gets even lower, meaning that if the delay at the border is longer, then the net present value becomes lower for a given investment. And also, the net present value of an investment is increasing the discounting factor, so decreasing in the interest rate for all distribution probability that is not full delivery at the first period. But importantly, when the discounting factor is 1, meaning that when there is no discounting, the future of the interest rate is 0, then the delays do not matter, whatever the distribution of probability. And when we consider the full representation, then we can show that if the discounting factor is less than 1, then the optimal level of local capital is lower under the delivery probability only if the local and foreign capital are complement and high if they are substitute. The reason is that if local and foreign capital are substitute, then the border delays increasing the marginal cost of the foreign input. Then if they are perfect substitute, then it is optimal for the firm to just use local capital and leave aside the foreign input. So I calibrate the model to perform the quantitative analysis I will show in a while. Most of the calibration is done outside the model. Mainly, I pick the decreasing, the return to scale to be 1.85, which is in the range in the literature. And the depreciation rate here, I assume, first of all, that the depreciation rate of foreign capital and local capital is the same. This is for the sake of computation. And I compute this as a weighted average of the depreciation rate of capital and material good. This is what I was saying in the beginning of the presentation of the model, that the structure of the input being imported is important for the goal of the paper, but I cannot distinguish, or just it is difficult to distinguish between the types of input in the model to not have too many state variables. But as material input can be thought as virtually capital input with a 100% depreciation rate, then setting the depreciation rate as the weighted average of the depreciation rate of capital and material takes care of the structure of the input being imported. And the weight is the proportion of each type, meaning capital good and material good that I observe in the data. And the other parameter that is sensitive in the model is the suitability parameter between a local capital and the foreign capital that I set to 0.1 in my main exercise. This is a central value that I found in the literature, and later I perform robustness check with respect to this parameter. Inside the model, I calibrate the psi, which is the share of local input, such that the proportion of local input in the total of local and foreign input in the data match what in the model match what I see in the data, and the desirability parameter is picked as to match the fraction of working time to 1/3. And last, I calibrate the probability of delivery as just 7 over the average border delay. This is quite intuitive. If in a country the border delay is 2 weeks, for example, the probability that a given order be cleared in a week is 1/2, 50%. I solve the model using value function iteration and Monte Carlo to compute the stationary distribution, and then the counterfactual analysis consists of setting the parameter theta to 1. This means that no delay in my model is meaning that in the real world, the average border delay is brought down lower than a week. So whenever the average border delay is less than a week, it is not distorting in my model, and whenever the average border delay is more than a week, it is distorting in my model. So what I get, first of all, I find when I compute the policy function of the firm in the two models, in the frictional model and the frictionless model, I find that the new investment placement in foreign input is higher under the delivery delay than what I get when I shut down the delays. This suggests that a firm may be holding foreign input in the short run, and this is intuitive, and this comes from the uncertainty that I will discuss in a while. Here, I try to separate the effect of the uncertainty from the effect of the input disruption that may be going on. In this exercise, ex ante, there is a non-nil probability of border delay, but I expose realization of delivery in my model. So such a firm does not face a realization of disruption per se, but it faces a risk of delay at border. And what I find is that the level of foreign capital at the firm level is constantly kept like around 30% above what the firm would have in the frictionless case. This is the input hoarding behavior, and this is generated by the uncertainty pertaining to the risk of border delay. The input disruption does happen depending on the realization of the border delay. When there is border delay, then input is disrupted and the level of capital, foreign capital at the firm level goes down. And when it clears, the firm receives every outstanding order and it goes up. This is the pattern for a single firm, but if you can imagine this happening for thousands or hundreds of firms in the economy, this is suggesting that the realization of ex post effective marginal cost of investments for this firm is going to be different from firm to firm, and this can be a source of misallocation. I don't talk about misallocation in terms of distributional effect in this paper, but in the complement project, we talk about that. But because of the realization of this input disruption, we end up with firm heterogeneous in the dimension of foreign input and the other input, well, with a great amount of firms having less foreign input than what they would have in the frictionless case. Okay. And when I do the exercise in the steady state for the Cameroon economy, I do this for every single economy in my sample. I will show in a while. The aggregate effect amount to an increase in foreign input by more than 18% when in Cameroon the border delay is eliminated. The elasticity of substitution generates a spillover effect in my model, and local capital increases also by 2.6% and labor by more than 3%. The overall effect amount to an increase in aggregate production by almost 5%, and welfare as measured by consumption by around 3.5%. I perform robustness with respect to the substitutability parameter, and the results tend to be stable, except for larger substitutability, like sigma equal to 2. The effect becomes weaker. The structure of the economy in terms of especially the proportion of foreign input imported and the proportion of capital and material within the imported input plays a great role in this. There are some countries in my sample that feature the same average border delay, but I end up by computing different effect of eliminating the border delays for them. For example, if we pick Ethiopia and Uganda, in my sample, they feature an average border delay of around 19.4. The proportion of foreign input is higher in Ethiopia compared to Uganda, while the proportion of material in Uganda is higher than what we observe in Ethiopia. In my numerical experiment, I compute a larger effect for Uganda coming from the disproportionate effect of material importance within imported input for this country. And we can observe also such a pattern between Senegal and Guinea, between Zimbabwe and Nigeria. In the full paper, I have the simulation for each single country for the sample of 41 countries. So to conclude, I will say that the border delays are pervasive in sub-Saharan Africa and are many times longer than in other countries in the world. Input delay has exacerbated the cost of investment and the lower production and input accumulation in this economy. The negative effect is quantitatively relevant on production and growth and spills over to local input and labor market. This suggests that a policy aiming to favor or to improve the entrepreneurial environment in these countries to also include policies to lower the border delays the firms are facing. But I said that border delay imply also heterogeneous marginal cost of investment when I simulate the a single path of the border delay realization for firm. And this has the potential to generate factor misallocation. And in a complementary project with my supervisor entitled Input Delays, Firm Dynamics and Misallocation in Sub-Saharan Africa, we look at this misallocation and distributional effect of the border delays. And in our setup there, firms differ also with respect to their productivity, unlike what I assume here. And in our model, there is endogenous choice of technology adoption by firms, namely they can choose whether they want to use foreign input or not, and they endogenously selected to the international market. And we have rich firm dynamics and distribution there. And what we find is not totally done yet, but we highlight a different channel of the effect of the border delay. We have extensive margin that comes from the fact that eliminating the border delay will actually trigger a larger amount of firm operating in the economy. There is acceleration margin, which is when the border delays are eliminated, then a larger amount of firm will be able to, or we have the incentive to use foreign input. And we have intensive margin that is related to scaling up of current operating firms that that face now lower marginal cost of foreign input, and then they produce more and scale up more. So.
Awesome. I just, well, thanks Ido for a very clear presentation. I just want to open the floor to the audience to see if there are questions or comments that you have on the project. If not, I'll Callum. Okay, let's get Callum started again.
Yeah, sorry, it's a different question this time. It's much more so. And it could be based on a misunderstanding of the calibration. But so my understanding of it is that among other things, part of the calibration involves a stochastic distribution of border delays based around an average for each country of the real border delay or the real average border delay. And I find obviously that's a nice thing to do, but I do think that also within many countries, border delays to some extent will also be systematic. This is part of the point of what you're talking about the disruptive effects of these delays on other things. You know, that this, whilst I'm sure there's a lot of variation, to a large extent, the fact that there will be long delays is predictable, and also maybe more, it may be predictable that for some goods the delays will be long and that for others that they will be short. And these are things that maybe firms could take into account. And one way of incorporating this, or perhaps modeling this, would be, I see you did robustness checks around the elasticity of substitution, but also elasticities around the probability distribution or the distribution around the average delay. It might be that if it would be interesting to see what effect the predictability of the delays have on your results, considering the fact that uncertainty is one of the driving forces of your results and of the distortions. And if this kind of systematic delay, at least for certain types of goods and services, makes these results makes them more predictable and tightens the distribution around the mean, then maybe this might also reduce the effects on the aggregate economy, because firms are able to take into account of these things and plan for the delay, if you like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very nice observation about the setup of my model. Actually, I thought about this. Okay, there is a motivation for simplification that made me rely on this single parameter data that capture all the delay in the model, and also as we can see, the realization of the delay is not the same for all firms, even within this simple, this simplified representation of the delay process. The alternative could be to find a representation, like a distribution of representation that, as you suggested, and then to have a way to incorporate that inside the model. This gets things quite complicated, but I'm still thinking a way to deal with the challenge related to that. But this exercise is the aim of this exercise is to shed light on what you suggested, the relevance of the predictability of a delay. It's not directly answering the question you ask, but it shed light on it because in this simulation, the firm does not is only facing the uncertainty, but is not being subject to the actual delay, because the firm face the ex-ante risk of the delay, but expose I force systematically delivery to happen. So the hoarding is a strategy to mitigate the effect of the uncertainty and the input disruption that happen when we allowed then the delay to happen is what make in the model the negative effect of the delay to happen. So yes, the predictability is playing a big role, but it actually helps to mitigate the effect of the border delay that we have. But I mean the only parameter, the sole parameter data is bearing the predictability and also the realization of a disruption that we see in the data.
So you have two more people trying to ask questions, so perhaps let's collect those questions and you can answer. So sure. Sunungu Kai and then Jacob.
Wow, thank you for getting my name right on the first go. And thanks for the great presentation, my man. Your research is really awesome. Now, I know that you have many suggestions of how to simplify it, but I just want to suggest to you an interesting way to look at some of those time delays and put them in context would be to put your sub-Saharan Africa into economic blocks, because you are looking at about 46 countries in the sub-Saharan Africa. But then if you break it down to economic blocks, there is a slide which you had there, which had comparisons of countries. If you could please go to it. The one which are the days on days, time delay, and the country. So I don't know if you could just please quickly go to it. Back.
Here?
Yeah, yes, that one. Okay. So if you look at the border delays in days, and now you've got your countries. For example, you've got, what's that? Togo, is it Togo, which is over 170 days? And then you have got something which is low, like Sudan, which has got close to about 14 days as the longest delay that there has been. So I think if you contextualize it by clumping in together into economic region, maybe at another platform, it would really bring out very interesting results, because it raises what somebody talked about, the trade policies that they are on. That's it for me.
Sorry, Jacob, do you want to bring in your questions so that Idoso can answer in blocks? Maybe no, Idoso just answer then, and then we'll move on.
Yes, the intervention of Sunungukai is rather a suggestion than a question. Yes, I take note of that, and maybe I can break down the simple two blocks of economic regions within across sub-Saharan African countries and see how heterogeneous the effect can be. Yes.
Okay. I have also a question, if there are no more coming up. So the first one is, it's very important, kind of your responses, the model responses to, in terms of the impact of these delays, are gonna depend heavily on that elasticity of substitution between foreign and local capital. And then just, if you go and look at, this is just random observation, you see that in response to this inability to import, what might be happening is that there are local alternatives that are coming up. There might be of worse quality for that capital in particular, but you would expect that there is some substitution that will be generated by local production. And I'm not sure that, so you're likely not going to be able to run an exercise like that across countries, but there might be a few countries where you could look at sectoral data on production of local production of capital and see to what extent there is substitution that way, right? Just thinking of, at the end of the day, this is working as a barrier to importing capital from the rest of the world, and there might be some substitution coming in. Now, going back to the elasticity of substitution, what I wanted to ask you is if you have survey data on a few countries or 8 countries, say, I don't know, I'm thinking of Ghana or Ethiopia, where you could estimate that the elasticity of substitution using price data for local and foreign capital. I'm not entirely, when you describe the calibration of that parameter, you say you took it from the literature. I'm not entirely sure what is the literature that you're citing on that, but I think that would be important. I think I'll leave it at that. Those were the main 2 comments here.
Okay, the first one is a suggestion of analysis. This is quite interesting. The second one is the value of the elasticity of substitution. Okay, this I didn't have the relevant data to estimate that, because I would need data, time varying data on the price and the amount of local and foreign input used by the firm, which I don't have. If you have such source of data for sub-Saharan African countries, please let me know. But what I saw in data is also quite rare. There is a study that look at the substitutability of a US-based, of US-originated capital and Japan-originated capital within the US. And there is also a paper that look at that estimate empirically, but these are for other countries, and the estimate generally ranges from 0, like absolute 0, perfect complementarity, to like 1.2. That is why I pick in my main exercise the value of 0.8, which is like in the middle of the range I saw in the data. So this is not specific to the developing country I look at, but in the robustness analysis, we can see the result is maybe somehow stable for the aggregate I look at, except of when the substitutability get large enough as 2, then we see, as we could expect, that there is negative effect on the local capital one and labor, the effect on aggregate production is still positive, but it is much lower than what I have in my main exercise.
So thanks, Idoso, for that. We have two more questions that I think we should collect, and then you should just answer them together. So Richard and then Nessie, and then we'll be out of time, I guess.
Yeah, in some ways, just a kind of a quick follow-up to Julietta's question was, I know you're trying to economize on state variables, but when you start thinking about substitution of local for foreign, then there is this issue of you're substituting materials versus something else in the depreciation. You kind of assumed this single depreciation rate to kind of capture materials and capital. And I worry that you're missing something by virtue of having to do that.
Okay, so this is more of a you have implications about policy, and you see this as a kind of a low-hanging fruit that governments can fix. But I guess this depends a lot whether we are talking about the technological constraint here, where you can just come and build some infrastructure and get done with it, or it's a corruption problem. No, you have to. It's a much bigger problem. So I guess you have to be. You don't need to say anything. It's more of a comment in the sense that I guess if it's more of a corruption problem, it will be harder to fight than if it is. And maybe you can. There's additional data to differentiate countries where they belong to, whether this is a kind of a technology problem or a corruption problem.
Yes. We see. The causes that has been revealed in the literature are mainly due to red tape, and there are ways to reduce the administrative hurdles in these countries, and also reduce the incentive for the corruption. In this paper, for example, red tape alone accounts for more than 75% of export delays, and the other is accounted for by corruption and infrastructure. So for this red tape, for example, it is known that there are redundant inspections, and there are statistical based approach of inspections at border based on sampling that could help achieve the goal of the customs, which are often security issues, and also to hasten the administrative procedure during the clearance. So there are ways to reorganize the functioning of the border administration in order to leverage on efficiency without even investing in infrastructure per se. And yes,
we are almost out of time. So if you want, just take one more minute to finish. I'm sorry about that.
Yes, my point is to say that there are still ways with no need to have additional infrastructure to reduce this border delay by just tackling the red tape problem, and to eliminate by the same way the incentive for corruption by the customs officials. Thank you.
I'm really sorry. I don't think you got an answer for Richard, but you guys can get it offline. We really need to move to the speed sessions. So thanks, Idoso, again. And I'll leave it to Mandy to get the next round.
All right, Kevin, what do you think?
Yeah, let's do it. Great. So we're very happy to have Bertolt Herrendorf presenting the last paper here today on new evidence on sectoral productivity and development. We'll follow the same pattern as the previous talk. So put clarifying questions in the chat, or otherwise leave longer questions in the chat, and we can talk about them afterwards. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Just clarifying, do I have to answer to the chat, or?
No, I see Richard here. I see Akos and Richard here, so they can respond in the chat. If not, I'll bring them to your attention.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you very much. This is joined with Richard Rogerson from Princeton and Akos Valentini from the University of Manchester. If you expected Richard to present, he has somewhat of a feeble internet connection, so we decided I'll do it. because it's more stable in my office. Slides and contents and everything is going to be exactly the same. Motivation. This paper is about aggregate productivity during the first phase of structural change. Before I explain exactly what we do, some definitions. For the purpose of this paper, productivity is either sectoral value added or aggregate output per worker. And by the first phase of structural change, we mean the reallocation of labor in poor countries from agriculture to mostly manufacturing. This is a standard notion, for example, in our handbook chapter, that increases in sectoral productivities lead to the first phase of structural change. So countries have productivity growth in agriculture, they get richer, prices change. As a result, there's reallocation across broad sectors and they leave agriculture. There's also a reverse notion that the first phase of structural change actually increases aggregate productivity. And that's what this paper is about. In particular, we are going to consider three different ways in which this may happen. First, the level of productivity may be higher in manufacturing than in agriculture. So if you leave agriculture and you go to a sector where you have a higher level, the aggregate level increases. Second, the growth rate of productivity may be higher in manufacturing than in agriculture. If you then go to manufacturing, higher share of manufacturing, higher aggregate growth of productivity. This could be because of unconditional convergence that's happened only in manufacturing. That is, the productivity level in manufacturing catches up with the frontier level at the world, with the frontier at the world level, but that doesn't happen elsewhere. And third, productivity growth in manufacturing may spill over, whereas productivity growth in agriculture doesn't. Now, to motivate what we do in particular here, it's good to take one slide and talk about the state of the literature. Although there is a strong notion that the first phase of structural change increases aggregate productivity, it's fair to say there are many more papers on that notion than there are data points from poor countries. And that's always kind of a problem. If you have, I learned this from Robert Waldman at Florence. He always used to say, an area is in trouble if there are more papers than data points, more theory than evidence. When we think about evidence, there are three usual sources of evidence from poor countries. First, there's obviously the Penn World Table, which talks about aggregate productivity levels in international prices. There's data from the FAO, which reports agricultural productivity levels in international prices, but only until 1985. And then there's UNIDO data that gives manufacturing productivity levels in domestic currency, constant or current, during 1965 to 2005. The famous paper by Danny Roderick and the QJE, who used these UNIDO data, assumed the law of one price applies in manufacturing, and then obtained comparable productivity levels across countries by applying US exchange rates. We want to have a lot of details to say about that, but this procedure shows you already that everybody has the same problem that we had when we started this project. There isn't abundant evidence, and in particular, we don't have productivity levels in constant international prices that we can compare across countries easily. We make two contributions. First, we're going to construct a new database of comparable sectoral productivity levels. By comparable, I mean over time and across countries. And second, we're going to assess whether and how the first phase of structural change increases productivity, having the three different possibilities that are described at the first slide in mind. In somewhat more detail, the construction of the new database of comparable sectoral productivity levels involves two main steps. We start from the Economic Transformation Database, or ETD, of the Groningen Growth and Development Center. That's recently released data on sectors for 51 mostly poor countries. I'm going to show you the list in a minute. That database lacks data on value added in constant international prices. It has everything else. It has sectoral employment, sectoral value added, constant current local currency, but it lacks data on value added and constant international prices. We then construct something that we term the Extended Economic Transformation Database, or EETD, by adding first 13 rich countries to arrive at a total of 64 countries, and by constructing productivity levels in constant international prices for all of these 64 rich and poor countries. We're then going to use the EETD to assess whether and how the first phase of structural change increases productivity. Overall, we find much less supportive evidence than is usually claimed. And in particular, we find weaker evidence for effects on productivity levels than usual. I'll make sure that that becomes clear and precise as I go along, but much weaker evidence. We find virtually no evidence for strong unconditional convergence in manufacturing. And we find some evidence that's consistent with spillovers of manufacturing productivity growth. Let me turn to how we construct the Extended Economic Transformation Database. Before I go through some details that may bore you, let me tell you the key features to give you some motivation why that's actually interesting and why the result is nice and helpful. You're going to arrive at a balanced panel of 64 countries during the period 1990 to 2018. That balanced panel contains many poor countries from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. It covers more than 4/5 of the world population, including 14 of the 15 most populous countries of the world. And it covers more than 4/5 of world GDP, including 13 of the 15 largest economies of the world. The most prominent absentee is Russia. If you look at the period 1990 to 2018, you won't be surprised that there isn't any good sectoral data on Russia during the 90s, right after all the transition and the stuff that happened. So in general, we have many countries, but we are lacking countries from Central and Eastern Europe, and in particular Russia. The Extended Economic Transformation Database contains data for 12 sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, construction, mining, utilities, and 7 services sectors. For each sector, it reports sectoral employment and sectoral value added in current and constant domestic prices, which allows for the calculation of sectoral productivity in current and constant prices in US dollars. Now, for those of you who worked with sectoral data for rich countries, we would love to have hours or even quality adjusted hours. No chance of that for developing countries. So that's a crude measure of employment by bodies employed in this sector, but it's a start and we are aware of the shortcoming. The database also includes sectoral PPPs for 34 of the 64 countries, and we get them from other sources of the Groningen and Growth and Development Center. I'll be more specific in a minute. These sectoral PPPs allow for the calculation of sectoral productivity in constant international prices for these 34 countries. For the other 30 countries, we're going to impute the missing sectoral value added in constant international prices. Details to follow. Before I give you the details, let's look at the countries. The first 3 columns are the countries in the Economic Transformation Database. You see there's a very broad representation from Africa and Asia, and also a fairly broad representation from Latin America. We add to these countries about 15 rich countries from UCLEMS, Eurostat, the OECD, etc., which gives us the main European countries, Australia and the US in addition. Now you may wonder about my sophisticated color scheme. The bold-faced countries are deemed rich, and I put the bold-faced in this table to show you that the original Economic Transformation Database had only very few rich countries, and they were all in Asia. is in Asia and Israel. So Japan, Hong Kong were the main ones, Taiwan, Singapore. We add to this the main European ones, the US and Australia. What are the black and blue colors representing? The black countries are the ones for which we have the basic information, sectoral employment and sectoral value added in current and constant dollars. The blue countries are those for which, in addition, we have sectoral PPPs from other GGDC sources. So for these blue countries, we can directly calculate productivity in constant international prices that's comparable across time and comparable across countries. For the black countries, we have to do a little work and impute how we do that, and I'll explain that next. There are two steps. The first step is to construct productivities in the benchmark year 2005 and international prices of that benchmark year. The second step is, once you have them in the benchmark year, go to the other years, keeping the prices the same in 2005. The second step is completely standard. It uses the domestic growth rate of real value added and the domestic growth rate of employment. So once you have 2005 in domestic real value added per worker, you translate that into international dollars. It's easy to move across periods because you just use real growth rates of value added and employment. The first step is a bit more involved because sometimes you have to impute productivities if they're not there. So let me explain the first step in a little more detail. We're going to use the PPPs that the Groningen Growth and Development Center gives us, and they are contained in the Africa sector database and the productivity level sector database. So I'm sorry, this is getting a bit confusing with too many data sets, and it took me a while to learn this. But basically, think of the economic transformation database, you extend it, and then there are other sources for PPPs, which are not in the economic transformation database. Now, amazingly, they have these PPPs, and they allow us to calculate sectoral productivity levels in 2005 in international prices for 52 countries. Around 30 some countries are also in the extended economic transformation database, and the other countries are other countries. We're going to scale them so that for the US, productivities are always equal to each other. So US dollar value is equal to international dollar value. That's just a normalization. Take the resulting sectoral productivity levels in 2005 for the blue countries in the economic transformation database. All those here, apply real growth rates, we are done. What do we do for the black countries? For the black countries, we run a regression of labor productivity and international prices in 2005 on labor productivity in US dollars in these countries in logs with a constant term and an error term, and we estimate what the values of phi0 and phi1 are. And then if we have a black country that doesn't have a PPP in the Groningen Growth and Development Center data, we're going to impute the labor productivity of that black country by using the estimated coefficients and the observed labor productivity in US dollars. Okay. Now notice two things. If the law of one price holds, then the intercept is 0 and the slope is 1. And the log of the imputed productivity in international dollars is exactly equal to the log of US dollars, of the labor productivity in US dollars. This is incidentally what Roderick in his QJE paper did to estimate manufacturing productivity in all years and countries. He just used US dollar values, arguing the law of one price holds. So our imputation method contains as a special case the law of one price, but it's more general. It also allows for deviations from the law of one price. Let me show you how that plays out if you apply it to manufacturing and agriculture. The first graph is manufacturing productivities on the vertical axis in international prices, on the x-axis in US dollars. You can see they line up really well for the 52 countries for which we have PPPs. If you run a regression, the intercept is not statistically different from 0. The slope is not statistically different from 1, and the R-squared is 97%. We took that as evidence justifying to impute the unobserved values on the y-axis from observed values on the x-axis for countries that are not covered by this African sector database and productivity level database. The same thing for agriculture, looks a little more noisy, but still pretty good. If you now estimate it, you get a slightly negative coefficient, which means on average, sectoral productivity is higher in US dollars than in international prices, but the slope is still around 1 and the R-squared is 94%. So again, we took this as evidence suggesting that that's a pretty good way of imputing the unobserved y-axis from the observed x-axis for the countries not in this data set. Now, a moment of pause, because many of you have worked in this area. What does this slope, this intercept that's negative and that shifts the regression line below the red 45-degree line, what does that represent? It's a deviation from the law of one price, and it basically says, if you express productivity in US dollars, it's going to be larger than if you express it in international prices. So here are the percentiles. At the 50th percentile, the productivity in US dollars is 15% higher than in international prices. At the 90th percentile, it's 68% higher. So this is what many people have observed. There are barriers to trade or costs of trade, which increase the US dollar price or the domestic price of agricultural goods. And that reflects when you translate it into US dollars through the exchange rate. While we are consistent, or our findings are consistent with that, we do want to emphasize that the deviations from the law of one price are small relative to the overall gaps. And moreover, they are uncorrelated with GDP per worker. So take the 90th percentile, 68% deviation, the whole gap goes from -2 till 6 in logs. So if you're really interested in the variation across countries, that variation is still there, although there are deviations from the law of one price. And to the extent that they are captured by the intercept, we do take them into account by our imputation. So much about the construction of the data set. We then use the data set to assess whether the first phase of structural change increases productivity, and we organize everything by the 3 possibilities: higher levels of productivity in manufacturing, higher growth of productivity in manufacturing, and productivity growth in manufacturing may spill over. Let's start with higher levels in manufacturing, and let's start with the most basic picture that people who use the FAO data already plotted, that is, plot gaps in agriculture and at the aggregate. Now, to be sure that I don't have confusing definitions, so sectoral and aggregate productivities are now both in constant international prices, and therefore each of them is comparable across countries. Productivity gaps are relative to the sectoral or aggregate frontier productivity. And the frontier productivity is defined as the average of the 3 highest productivities in the sector or at the aggregate. Right, so you line them up, you take the 3 highest, that's the frontier, everything else is relative to that in agriculture and manufacturing, or relative to that at the aggregate. With these conventions, we arrive at the following fairly standard picture. Productivity gaps in agriculture, y-axis, versus productivity gaps at the aggregate, x-axis, 1990, 2005, 2018. That's a picture that's very similar to what Diego Restuccia and his co-authors found. And it suggests that, except in Argentina, everywhere else, it tends to be the case that the aggregate productivity gaps are smaller than the agricultural productivity gaps. So if they were on the 45-degree line, that would be the same. But take a country at -3 aggregate productivity gap, here it has an agricultural productivity gap of -5 to -6. So much larger productivity gaps in agriculture than at the aggregate. What do we make of this evidence? The usual interpretation is productivity gaps in agriculture are larger than the aggregate. Productivity gaps in non-agriculture must therefore be smaller than the aggregate. The first phase of structural change must therefore increase aggregate productivity. We put a big but there because non-agriculture is fairly heterogeneous, and manufacturing, although it is the main destination sector, is only one sector. Now, one benefit or one strength of our data is that it allows us to actually also measure the gaps in manufacturing instead of the whole non-agriculture. So think of, I go from agriculture mostly to manufacturing. I want to know what the productivity there is and not in other sectors to which I may go in a second step. We therefore redo the exact same analysis for manufacturing and arrive at the following pictures. Again, productivity gaps in manufacturing on the y-axis, aggregate productivity gaps on the x-axis, everything relative to the frontier top 3 productivities in the sector and at the aggregate. To our surprise, we also find that most countries have bigger productivity gaps in manufacturing than at the aggregate. Most observations are below the 45-degree line. We had expected that once you move out of this really unproductive agriculture, you go to this really productive manufacturing, which would be most of the observations should be above the 45-degree line. That's not the case. In particular, in 2018, the picture of manufacturing looks not so different from the picture of agriculture. We recognize that the deviations from the 45-degree line are larger in agriculture, but almost all the observations are still below the 45-degree line for manufacturing. So what do we make out of this? While productivity gaps in manufacturing are somewhat smaller than in agriculture, they are still larger than at the aggregate. If you take that at face value, poor countries benefit not only from moving out of agriculture, but also from moving out of manufacturing, which immediately raises the question, which sectors have smaller gaps than the aggregate, right? It can't be that everybody has larger gaps than the aggregate. We can calculate productivity gaps also for market and non-market services. We have PPPs for the 34 countries which are in the combined African sector database and the productivity level database, and are also in our extended economic transformation database. We extend attention to those 34 countries because we didn't want to do the imputation for service, simply because the law of one price doesn't hold very well at all. For services, we know this from the Penn effect. So services are mostly non-tradable and there's no conceptual foundation for the imputation. So we haven't done the imputation, but for 34 countries, we can still look at how large are the gaps in services. The next table summarizes that. It reports to you the 90-10 percentile of differences in log productivity gaps in 1990, 2005, and 2018 for these 34 countries from our extended economic transformation database that have, in addition, PPPs in the sectors and at the aggregate. So you see the aggregate gaps around 2, 2.5, depending where you look. Agricultural gaps way bigger. Manufacturing gaps in all but 1 year also bigger. Surprisingly, non-market service gaps way smaller. And even market service gaps smaller. So if you look at 2018 in particular, aggregate gap is 2.5, agriculture is roughly 5. The gap in non-market services is only 1.8. So it turns out that in market and non-market services, the gaps are considerably smaller than at the aggregate. In manufacturing, they may be comparable or even larger than at the aggregate. So what does that mean? I put somewhat provocatively a new development recipe. Combining the usual logic with our evidence suggests reallocation to non-market services benefits aggregate productivity most. Now we are kind of a little nervous about that because non-market services are also the ones that are really badly measured usually, because non-market means there's no market for the prices. They also tend to be relatively human capital intensive, and our productivity measure is per worker, not per efficiency unit. And so we suspect that part of the result is due to the fact that we don't have human capital measures, and so the productivity per worker looks really large, whereas the productivity per efficiency unit may be much more similar. Now, be that as it may, we conclude that the usual reallocation logic is less strong. And in particular, the fear that Danny Roderick instilled into the profession about premature deindustrialization seems to be less of a problem than he argued, or than is often argued in policy circles. Let me now turn to possibility 2. Productivity growth is higher in manufacturing. It's always good to start with a simple picture. On the left is the differences in log productivity, 1910 percentile in our 64 countries. On the right is the standard deviation in log productivity, our 64 countries. The dotted lines are agriculture. The broken line is manufacturing. And the solid black one is aggregate productivity. If you look at these for a moment, you're probably prepared to say the dispersion in our sample has decreased at the aggregate. Some probably the same roughly in agriculture. And if anything, it has increased in manufacturing. So if it was true that manufacturing is this high growth sector everywhere, where in particular poor countries have really strong growth because they're catching up with some world frontier, you would have expected this to be tilted. The dispersion in manufacturing productivities across the 64 countries should have gone down in the 28 years. Instead, we find the opposite. If anything, I'm being a macroeconomist and sufficiently imprecise, therefore, I'm happy to call that constant, but it certainly hasn't gone down. Now, that's a first indication that there isn't particularly strong productivity growth in manufacturing in poor countries. Once you talk about the previous graph, you realize that this statistic speaks to what's called sigma convergence, that is, whether the cross-country dispersion of productivities shrinks over time. There's, of course, also beta convergence, which essentially captures that a lower initial productivity level leads to higher subsequent growth of productivity in that sector at the aggregate. Robert Barro's name is very strongly associated with beta convergence and work on this area. Now, I'm told beta convergence is necessary but not sufficient for sigma convergence. Don't ask me for the proof of that. I take that as given. Now, if that's true, then it's also useful or interesting to investigate beta convergence. And we do that by running the standard convergence regression, which regresses the change in labor productivity in logs on a constant plus the change of the initial level of labor productivity times a slope plus time fixed effects dt plus country fixed effects dj and an error term. So what's unconditional beta convergence? A negative coefficient beta when we exclude the time fixed effects, the country fixed effects. What that basically does is it pretends that all countries have the same balanced growth path to which they go. And if you're further away from it, you grow faster to get to it. But all countries go to the same. Conditional beta convergence includes the country fixed effects, DJ, and that hypothesizes that all countries go to their own balanced growth path. And a negative beta, again, indicates that the lower the initial productivity level, the faster the catch-up grows to your own balanced growth path. Now, with that background, let me give you the result of running this convergence regression on our data. Column 1 and 2 are for the 34 countries for which we actually have PPPs. Column 3 and 4 are for all countries, including the imputed PPPs. Column 1 and 3 don't have country fixed effects, so that's unconditional convergence. Column 2 and 4 have country fixed effects, so that's conditional convergence. The key takeaway is the estimated betas for 1 and 3 are tiny, and in one case not statistically different from 0. To give you a sense of what 0.005 means, if beta is equal to minus 0.005, then if you start at 10% of the frontier, 28 years later, you are at 13.5% of the frontier. That means for all practical terms, practical purposes, hardly any convergence has taken place. Put differently, we do not find support for unconditional convergence in manufacturing at all. There is, however, support for some conditional convergence. Look at the size of the coefficients. They're a factor 10 larger than in columns 2 and 4 than in columns 1 and 3. So in particular, the estimate minus 0.046 from column 4 means if you start at 10% of the frontier, 10% of the own balance growth pairs, 20 years later, you end up at 54% of the own balance growth pair. So that's fairly strong conditional convergence. But in terms of unconditional convergence, we find no support for that hypothesis. So summary, manufacturing shows practically no unconditional convergence, but strong conditional convergence. Without showing you the tables, I'm just going to mention that the results for agriculture and the aggregate are very similar. So there's nothing special, in other words, about manufacturing having a particularly strong convergence in the extended economic transformation database. Now, at this point, I should mention that these results are completely different from those of Roderick in his QJE paper 2013. Roderick found strong unconditional convergence in manufacturing, but not elsewhere. Now, obviously, we have wondered where the differences come from. There are two principal possibilities. The first and most easy to address is Roderick constructed productivity levels differently from us. As I said before already, he basically calculates productivity by using the domestic value and multiplying it with the exchange rate. We instead do the imputation method. It turns out that for the convergence results, this difference doesn't matter. And it's easy to show. We just repeat the construction that Roderick did. We run the regression on our data and on the data constructed in his way. And we find virtually the same unconditional convergence regression results. So it's not the data construction, which leaves that Roderick used different data, UNIDO, whereas we use the GGDC data. There are different countries and periods of investigation. UNIDO is an unbalanced panel from 1965 to 2005, whereas our extended economic transformation database is a balanced panel from 1990 to 2018. So 15 years overlap, but large periods which are either in one but not in the other. Moreover, Roderick himself remarks that UNIDO focuses on formal production and formal employment, whereas the GGDC tries to measure all production, including informal one, and all employment, including informal, part-time, and own-account employment. We are still digging, but there's a sense that the GGDC data covers more of the economy than the UNIDO data. And one way of interpreting the difference is that Roderick's results are mostly for formal employment and production, whereas ours are for all employment and production, which then could explain the difference, because certainly multinationals are in formal employment and production, whereas large parts of the economy that are not similar to multinationals are in the informal part, and that's probably more represented in our data than it is. Now, I can't settle this for today. This is work in progress. So let me turn to the third possibility. Productivity growth in manufacturing spills over. All we have is a stupid correlation table, which actually is, the more I look at it, the less I find it stupid, because what it simply does is it takes the average growth rates across countries in the sectors and the aggregate, and then it asks, what are the correlation across them? If you look at the first column, agriculture is obviously correlated with itself, but with nothing else. And in particular, it's negatively correlated with several sectors. In contrast, manufacturing is correlated with the aggregate, 0.51, and strongly correlated with trade, transport, business, and finance, those in boldface. We think that suggests that, we think that is consistent with the idea that productivity spills over from manufacturing, or there's knowledge accumulation in manufacturing that is useful elsewhere. Although we note that given our data, we cannot establish the direction of spillovers or even causality. So it could be that manufacturing is positively correlated with the other sectors because everything originated in trade and transport. We can't address that. But at least we have some starting evidence that suggests that there may be spillovers. And at the very least, I think it's interesting to look at these patterns and ask oneself, why is it that productivity growth in manufacturing is so strongly correlated with productivity growth in trade, transport, business, and finance, who in part at least serve as strong inputs into the production of final manufacturing output. And I already said that the situation is very different for agriculture. Agriculture productivity growth shows little correlation with anything else, and in some cases, the correlation is even negative, which I found strange, but that's what the data say. Conclusion, we find mixed evidence in the Groningen Growth and Development Center data that the first phase of structural change increases productivity. There's some evidence for level effects. There's no evidence for growth rate effects. And we think that the most promising possibility is to consider productivity spillovers from manufacturing. We recognize that's also the most incomplete in our work. We just have presented some initial correlations, but we think that future work ought to study this possibility in more depth, and maybe we get around even ourselves to addressing that. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Bertolt. Akos has been doing a good job keeping answers in the chat here, but there's a few that have just popped up. Why don't we just go in order of the ones that Akos hasn't gotten to yet, which I think starts with Jan.
Shall I read it out, or Jan ask the question?
And I can read it out. So I was just wondering whether, so once you add the different sectors in PPP, right, you got GDP in PPP. And I was just wondering whether the growth rate that you get out of that coincides with the growth rate that you would get from other sources like the Penn World Tables.
So I didn't clearly explain that. We take our GDP data from the Penn World Table. So the GDP in PPP is from the Penn World Table. One reason is that our imputation is only for the tradable sectors, agriculture and manufacturing, and not for the other sectors. So there's no sense in which what we have could be used to add up, and it has to add up to total GDP, and then it has to be consistent.
All right. But what you do have is, it can be used to find, to infer what the rest of the economy, right, not manufacturing, not agriculture, but the productivity level.
We could do that, but we haven't. So because we wanted to go away from agriculture, non-agriculture, to agriculture, manufacturing, and then you could go to non-agriculture, non-manufacturing if you wanted, but we haven't done that. That's actually a good suggestion.
Doug had a question but couldn't raise his hand.
So I think I just want to clarify, Bertold, when you talk about the first stage of structural transformation, it seems that you mean specifically agriculture to manufacturing.
Yes.
On the assumption that there is this kind of linear agriculture to manufacturing to services. And I guess it's more a comment, which is just that for most of the low-income countries outside of the small set of East Asian countries, the first stage has not been into manufacturing. It's been into, at best, a mix of manufacturing and services, and mostly just straight into services. So I wonder if that, maybe it's just a comment that I'm not sure that thinking of the first stage as an agriculture to manufacturing is, that's the first stage in some rather stylized story that doesn't actually, so I guess I'm asking, should we just be thinking about agriculture into non-agriculture? I'm a little unclear on how you're using the first stage.
I think I overstated that, and I agree with you that even in the Asian countries, as you move into manufacturing, you also move into services. But nothing that we find or conclude rests on that. I think to the extent that you move into manufacturing, you want to know what the level effects and what the growth rate effects are. And then I'm sympathetic to what Jan said before. We may also want to think about what that means to the non-agriculture, non-manufacturing part. So in some sense, I think where this is going is to divide the non-agricultural thing, which was there before, and say it's not homogeneous. It's actually more heterogeneous than you would have thought. And we look at an important component, but we haven't addressed what the rest does. And I think we will and should think more about that. But that's a good point, Doug. And I think I overstated it somewhat, but still.
And I take the point also then that what you're showing quite clearly is that there's nothing magical about manufacturing as such.
If you conclude that, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I mean, let me say it in a different way. Some other people, neither you nor I or our co-authors, I think have argued very strongly that manufacturing is special. There's the premature and deindustrialization hypothesis. It's really bad to go out of manufacturing too early. You really have to go into manufacturing. And the first two possibilities suggest it's not that special. The third one, in contrast, is consistent with the idea that it is special. And I think that's why we said that this ought to be studied more in more depth, to not dismiss it too prematurely, so to speak.
Thank you.
Great. So Akos is in the process of answering Marcus's question in the chat. Michael, you had a question in the chat as well, if you want to ask it. Callum, we got your hand up there too.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks. Thanks for a great talk. I just got a question about, whether manufacturing is special and the spillover in terms of the interpretation. I suppose I were to think that human capital is particularly important in all sectors, but not so much in agriculture. So given that the measurement is like productivity per person, if I were to see a rising importance of human capital in most countries, would that kind of show up that productivity in all sectors goes up and they're correlated, but agriculture has a little bit like this life on its own and is uncorrelated with everything? So it would show up like this spillover?
Yeah, I think that's right, except the most human capital intensive sector, I think, or government is also among the very human capital intensive sectors, and that productivity is not rising in line with trade, transport, business, and finance. I'm also a little nervous about throwing trade and transport on the one hand, together with business and finance. So I did work where I split sectors by the human capital intensity. Business and finance come out as very human capital intensive, but trade and transport don't. So I think in general, under your premise, what you say is correct, but I think one needs to do a little more digging there to really establish that that's entirely driven by human capital changes.
Mm-hmm. I'll just chime in with one thing, which is, we haven't done it. But what one could do in principle is look, if we're just talking crude measures of human capital, some sort of educational attainment measure, we could look at the correlation of changes in that human capital with these sectoral productivity growth rates to see if just at that level that the data is consistent with the countries which do have the high productivity growth in manufacturing, and consequently these other things are also the countries which had the biggest increases in that measure of human capital. And we can do that. We haven't done it, so I don't know what we'll find.
Kel?
Hi. So yeah, I was. It's very interesting, of course. I'm thinking as these data sets on which the analysis is performed keep getting enlarged. So first, early analysis on things like ASD, and then economic transformation database, and then expanded economic transformation database, etc. We obviously have the benefit that the sample becomes more representative and perhaps less subject to selection bias. But on the other hand, it does then become more heterogeneous in terms of the types of countries which comprise the total sample. And this sample now has become really quite heterogeneous indeed, because of the introduction of these high-income countries and countries across continents, and then with also even within the set of developing countries in the original ETD, the fact that they're often in very different stages of their development process. So I wonder if this finding of, let's say, null results, not maybe in the statistically significant sense, but results of your three channels of agriculture to manufacture, Lewis model style structural change leading to aggregate productivity, this finding of limited evidence for it. I wonder to what extent this could just be, the evidence could be obscurated by the size of the sample and the heterogeneity of the sample, and whether we may indeed, whether mechanisms such as mechanism 2, which you show no evidence for, or mechanism 1, which you show very limited evidence for, could exist in subsets of countries, but the inclusion of others means that these can't be observed. So I wondered if you had a view on the extent to which aggregation and sample selection may have impacted your results, and if therefore it is too, and you never said that it was the case, but it's, another reason why it might be too early to conclude too negatively over the overall effects of manufacturing on the basis of this data set. Thank you.
I can maybe say one thing, and then Bertold or Akos, if you want to add, which we've done a little bit in the spirit of what you are suggesting, in the sense that, first of all, Bertold did present, at least for the convergence regressions, the 34 countries versus the 64 countries, and the results are kind of almost identical there. You can also do it by continent. You can do Latin America, Asia, Africa, and the results are pretty robust by continent. For this table 7 that's showing, you can do that by continent, and you get quite similar. So that's just one kind of simple check on things.
Has it been tried by income group?
Well, of course, if you do it by continent, when you do Africa, you're obviously taking largely poor countries. So there's some.
But as other recent papers have suggested, that there's really quite this diversity in stage of industrialization process, even within Africa. And in some ways, I think this heterogeneity is perhaps more strong and more important within continents than it is between continents. I wonder, therefore, if a sort of, a middle income country, OECD kind of split and disaggregation may actually be more useful than a sort of raw continental disaggregation.
Yeah, again, we've done, a few different cuts, and I would just say from the cuts we've done, we haven't uncovered, in terms of the facts we're presenting, we haven't found a huge variation of that based on those sorts of cuts, but there's probably more we can do, and we didn't present any results on that because we haven't necessarily done a full set and done it as systematically as you're suggesting. But I would say from what we've done, we haven't noticed anything there.
So I agree with what Richard said, but I also want to add one observation. I'm not entirely clear about how adding rich countries could undo the convergence results. And the reason why I'm saying that is, if you imagine that there is no convergence in rich countries, you add 10, 15 countries where nothing happens, but they give you where the overall frontier productivity is.
But is it not the case with, sorry to interrupt, is it not the case with unconditional convergence that we actually expect the convergence speed to be larger the further the country is from the frontier?
Yeah, but then by adding countries that are on the frontier, I don't think you destroy that, as long as you have the countries. I think leaving out countries,
it would lower the average. It would lower the point estimate of the average estimate.
So just in terms of the convergence regressions, Roderick didn't make any distinction in terms of rich and poor countries. So there was a big sample of UNIDO data. Everyone was included, including the US, and what the result, what we got.
Let me say it in a different way. I think I would be nervous if we left out a subset of poor countries which should show convergence if there is convergence. But by adding a subset of countries that don't have any convergence, I don't think we do any harm to these regressions. But I'm totally sympathetic to what Richard already hinted at. We can run this on subsamples or geographic income or whatever, because we have enough observations. But I don't think that the convergence results are in particular polluted or contaminated by this. Now, the results about level gaps, notice there's the whole distribution in there. So we have focused on the 90-10 ratio a lot. You could, if you wanted, focus on the 75-25 ratio or other statistics that are more geared to certain subparts of the distribution. And we haven't done that, but I think there's nothing that stands in the way of doing that, and practically no additional analysis needs to be done to address that.
Great. Why don't we go Marcus, then Jonas, and then I saw a few more questions pop up in the chat.
Yes, thanks. So I have two questions. One is maybe more a clarification of what I asked in the chat. So you're asking in a way whether manufacturing is special, and manufacturing at least used to be special in one way, in that it was used to, now not maybe, but used to produce most of investment goods, right? And so I'm wondering if, I think in your answer to my question, Akash, you talked mostly about sort of spillovers from other sectors to manufacturing. But I'm wondering whether there could be spillovers from, if you have faster manufacturing, faster productivity growth in manufacturing, so spillovers in terms of what's measured to other sectors that are particularly capital intensive. Now, looking at the list that you had up there a moment ago, it doesn't necessarily look as if the bold sectors are like the most capital intensive ones, but maybe it's worth checking. The second question, maybe it's a silly question, but maybe it's not so silly. So you focus on the first phase of structural change, right? And you find that doesn't raise aggregate productivity, but your results sort of suggest that if we define a second phase where you move out of manufacturing into services, that would increase aggregate productivity. Is that correct? I mean, that would be an interesting angle.
I mean, if you look at the pure level effects, I think that is correct. But then notice we haven't done the growth rate analysis for service sectors. So when in different work without Richard, but with Georg Dörnecker, Akash and I have looked at what happened in the post-war period in the US, and even there you find that as you move into certain service sectors that don't have much productivity growth, they have really high productivity levels. So that gives you, I think it's called the Denisovan effect, a productivity gain, but then these sectors don't tend to have high productivity growth rates. And we haven't spoken to this because we haven't done the convergence and dispersion analysis for the service sectors at all. But I mean, what you say is an interesting question. I think our research at this point is too incomplete to address it satisfactorily.
If I can just add one thing, I think we need to be careful to distinguish between, what's happening at a country moving over time along the productivity frontier versus what we're saying describes countries that are a long ways from the frontier in terms of their relative productivities and what are the opportunities for them in a sense as they move, given where they are relative to the frontier, what would happen if they just moved some labor around? And those are, quite different experiments.
So I think it was sorry. So I want to come back to a composition question I had. So I was wondering, so it seems like part of your results are in line with the story where manufacturing is just kind of much broader than what Roderick, for example, captures in his paper. And so then you have like all this informal kind of small scale manufacturing as well that is just like less productive, right? And so that could explain some of these results. And I'm wondering, kind of over the structural change, I guess a lot of the results for aggregate productivity depend on what kind of people that move between sectors, whether they're going to be this kind of small scale, informal, low productive manufacturing, or whether they'll kind of end up more rather being like these big formal manufacturing firms that have high productivity. And so I was wondering a bit of whether you can say more about whether you kind of your exercise can speak a bit to this, to this composition effect. Can you say anything about the informed kind of models along this way?
I think if I understand, I think it's a good question, but if I understand the situation correctly, I think the only way which we would have to do that is to compare our results with those of Roderick, assuming that the main difference is actually that we capture everything and he captures only the formal one. But we haven't done that in any seriousness. And I think that's the next step on the agenda, to dig deeper in why it's different and what is exactly included and excluded at the different in the different studies. So I don't think I can speak to this, but I think one route to take that one would hope could address this would be to compare data that doesn't include the informal production and what one finds there with what we find.
I just wanted to add one note there. As Bertold says, we're kind of in the process of digging deeper into the comparing GGDC and UNIDO, but I think but certainly on the surface, and if you read the documentation, the GGDC has made special effort to include informal employment, self-employed, own account workers. The UNIDO is actually somewhat uneven across countries and uneven over time in terms of what the coverage is. Sometimes it's explicitly formal, sometimes it's large, but the threshold for what defines large changes. But I think one of the, so one interpretation of the Roderick results is that it's a statement about the formal sector, but I think there's an important data consideration about, are the output and employment measures actually consistent with each other, because the employment measures often come from separate sources than the value-added measures, and the value-added measures sometimes will include some imputation for what's happening in the informal. So then you've got an output measure that's not consistent with the employment measure, so it's not really a measure of productivity of the formal sector. So I think, again, we're in the process of digging deeper into that, but I think it's there's some serious issues in terms of interpreting measures from the UNIDO data.
I'll abuse my power as chair and try and sneak in one more question here. Mary?
Great, thank you, and really appreciate this paper. So I've been looking less at the agriculture and more at the manufacturing and services, more recently on the services work, and do think that it's really worth putting some more attention on that. So as Doug was saying, certainly in Africa and South Asia, a lot of the movement out of agriculture is into services. And we're finding often that the productivity growth in services is higher than manufacturing. And your sort of measures of spillovers is certainly consistent with the thinking that demand for manufacturing for high-end services is going to help develop the service sector. What we also find is that services are equally good at helping demand and help the demand and growth of a lot of other service sectors too, and that spillover channel is one that's really important there. The other thing I think that would be interesting to try to tease out and is difficult in the data, and I think will be increasingly, is the sort of servicification of manufacturing, that a lot of what gets labeled as manufacturing, a lot of the value added, in fact, is in the service pieces of that. Sometimes that happens in different parts of companies and different countries. But a lot of the value added is not necessarily in the assembly, which often ends up in the lowest income countries, but in the services that go in beforehand in the design or come sort of embedded afterwards. But trying to do some more work, including helping in the data to disentangle some of where the value added is coming from, I think is something that would be really important, particularly because some of these developing countries get quite fixated on wanting to really have manufacturing as opposed to those sectors that are driving productivity and better jobs, which may not be necessarily in manufacturing.
Okay, so that was more of a suggestion, which I like, but do I have to answer a question in that, or can I just say I approve?
It's great that you approve. I guess one question I would have is whether or how you might want to look at how these dynamics may be changing over time. You've got within manufacturing all the movement into global value chains. You've got this increasing servicification. You have digitization and automation changing some of these dynamics. At the moment, you aren't looking necessarily for how some of these may be changing over time. So I guess that's a question. Do you have any plans or interest in seeing how some of these dynamics may themselves be changing as a result of these larger global trends?
I'll just chime in, and Bertold and Akos can add. I think we're very much on board with the spirit of your suggestion in terms of something we would be interested in. I guess you're really talking about kind of looking at input output linkages and how those have changed over time, and there I think there's some data constraints, so it's not something we've pushed on yet, but we actually have done, the three of us have done other work which is more talking about how things have changed in the US in terms of the role of services as an input into producing goods and such, very much consistent with the narrative you're describing. So it's something we're incredibly sympathetic to and would be interested in. But I think that we will come up against some data constraints there to push on it.
I mean, a different way of answering the question that goes in the same direction is that we are happy to have value added and not final output here. So that's good in some sense, if you want to just really know what the value added per worker in an industry is. But the whole input-output linkages that are involved in the economy are not at all addressed by that data set. So I think I could well imagine that we think about those, and I think they're very important, but not with the current data set, because I don't think there's anything in it that allows us to speak to that. Moreover, I don't think we can easily disaggregate the sectors further and find out what we think about the value added, say, of manufacturing. Lastly, I want to make one point. We have so far shied away from analyzing the services more seriously because we couldn't do our imputation for that. But for the 34 countries for which there are PPPs, we can certainly say more about the service sector than we have. And I take from the suggestions and the discussion that that's one thing that many people would be interested in. And I think I put that on the list of things to do.
Great. So thanks, Bertold, Akos, and Richard for what was an interesting talk and discussion. And to all of the speakers and everyone who participated during what was a great day of talks. We will have an equally interesting and great day of presentations tomorrow, starting with Laura Alfaro's talk at what I believe is 2:05 London time or 9:05 Eastern US time. Those are the only two bits of algebra I'm going to do right now. So hopefully you'll all join us for the next couple of days. And thanks again, everyone, so much for being here and participating.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.